Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Courtauld and to this conference, Tracing Jewish Histories, the Long Lives of Medieval Hebrew Manuscripts, Judaica and Architecture. My name is Tom Nixon. I teach here Medieval Art and Architecture at the Courtauld. It's my pleasure and my honour to welcome you here to the Courtauld for this fabulous conference. In a moment, I'm going to pass over to our two organisers, but before doing so, I just wanted to reflect very briefly on the significance of this conference for the Courtauld. The Courtauld Institute of Art was founded in 1932, and to the best of my knowledge, this is the first conference we've ever had focused on Jewish art history, and that, I think, is a significant milestone in the history of the Courtauld, and also something that strikes me very powerfully when I think about our sister organisation, the Warburg Institute, just down the road, and its long and distinguished history, celebrated in many cases in relation to its status as a kind of refuge for Jewish scholars. The Courtauld notably doesn't have that same history, or hasn't thought about its history in that same way. We do have a distinguished roster of scholars of Jewish origin, from Shumat Bear, Anita Bruckner, Gerard Cannon, Pat Rubin and others, but we've never celebrated our histories in the same way perhaps as the Warburg has. But in kind of inspired by this conference, I had a look to try and understand a little bit more about the Courtauld's history in this area, and was very pleased, or certainly interested anyway, to discover in this list of displaced German scholars from 1936, a list that may be familiar to some of you, and that includes a whole roster of distinguished Jewish German emigre scholars who went on to really revolutionise the way that art history was studied and taught in the UK, and especially in North America. That in fact the Courtauld was briefly home to a number of scholars who would go on to reshape the field in many ways. Frederick Antal, Peter Brieger, Robert Freihan, Fritz Saxel, who's better known for his time at the Warburg, but I notice here mentioned in relation to the Courtauld, Alfred Scharf, and also Martin Weinberger. And of these scholars, I also wanted to note in particular Dr. Helen Rosenhaum, whose legacy has recently been revisited by Griselda Pollock, Rachel Dickinson and others at the University of Leeds, and has been recognised really for her pioneering role as a scholar both of Jewish art history and of art history more broadly, and of feminist art history as well, in the 1930s and 40s and the years after that. Helen Rosenhaum was born in Monte Carlo. She studied under Heinrich Wölfflin, Adolf Goldschmidt, Erwin Panofsky and others, and received her first doctorate on Cologne Cathedral under Panofsky, but fled Germany in 1933, and thanks to contacts at the Warburg and also at the Academic Assistant Council, she arrived in London later that year and secured a post here at the Courtauld, or in our previous house in Portman Square. And here at the Courtauld, between 1936 and 1939, she completed her PhD on the architectural development of the early synagogue, a really pioneering study in all sorts of ways, as I'll discuss in a moment, but also a few years later published a study in 1944, Women in Art from Type to Personality, which is a publication that Griselda Pollock has really celebrated in recent years as this kind of pioneering work of feminist art history as well. And I want, just in the spirit of tracing art histories and Jewish art histories, and as someone who's worked on Toledo myself, to take this opportunity to acknowledge that the Ibn Shoshan synagogue, later converted into the church Santa Maria la Blanca, which acts as the poster for this conference, also had a life or an afterlife that includes London as well. We might think of it in terms of early photographs of the synagogue. Some of those exhibited, for example, in an exhibition of get my notes up, remind myself, of Anglo-Jewish historical exhibition in the 1870s, or indeed this plaster cast that you can still see in the cast courts at the Victor and Albert Museum, installed in 1871 in what were then the architectural courts of the South Kensington Museum. It's very striking when you look at the early reviews of that display how the Jewish identity of this synagogue is invariably effaced. So the Art Journal, for instance, talks about this as an excellent example of Hispano-Moresque art. The catalogue of the descriptive catalogue of the galleries from 1874 talks about this as under the kind of heading of Moorish architecture in Spain, and in the Jewish Chronicle of 1887, which offers a review of a recent exhibition, the reviewer noted that, quote, "it is evident that Jewish ecclesiastical art in reality has no existence." We've come a long way from there, of course, and I think that Helen Rosenhau is one of those figures that really helped scholars to see something quite different in terms of the identity of these artworks. We'll hear more about the Ibn Shoshan synagogue later today, I think, so I don't want to dwell on that, but I will now pass to a few minor points of housekeeping before introducing our chairs. So the 2 points of rather kind of banal housekeeping that you'll be familiar with from previous conferences is that there are no fire drills expected today, so if there is a fire alarm, there's some stairs, you go to far right the corridor and then turn right, some stairs down there, and we will meet in the courtyard. And the other, of course, crucial, or two crucial things is that the tea and coffee served just down the hallway on the right-hand side, and there are toilets as well. One toilet if you turn left out of the corridor here and go to the right, but there are also many more. If you turn left out here and then left again, you'll find some stairs. Go up some stairs and go down some stairs and kind of wiggle around, and you will find lots of bathrooms for anyone who needs it. So it's finally my pleasure to introduce the two organisers of this conference who've done so much to conceive, organise, fundraise, and really contribute to the success of these 2 days and their legacy, I hope. So let me just introduce them to you briefly, although some of you may know them. So Laura Feigen is a PhD candidate here at the Courtauld, and her dissertation explores the movement of Hebrew manuscripts across Europe between 1290 and 1500, a period that saw mass migrations of Jewish communities from these areas due to persecution. Her project is supported by a doctoral studentship from the Consortium for the Humanities and the Arts in South East England of Chase, and she's also received further grants from the British Archaeological Association and the Medieval Academy of America. And Laura held a research fellowship at the Met in 2023 and has also worked at Tate Britain and on projects for Sam Fogg Gallery. And Laura will be speaking in a moment together with Reid O'Meara, who is the Mellon Foundation Fellow and a PhD candidate in the Department of Art History and Art at Case Western Reserve University. Her dissertation considers word and image relationships in Jewish illuminated manuscripts circa 1200 to 1500, with an emphasis on issues of identity and performance. Since the fall of 2024, Reid has served as the curatorial intern in the Department of Manuscripts at the J.P. Paul Getty Museum in Los Angeles, and beginning in fall 2025, Reid will hold the Samuel H. Kress Foundation Institutional Fellowship at the Zentrale Institut für Kunstgeschichte in Munich in Germany. So Laura and Reid, over to you.
Thank you, Tom, for that introduction. Welcome everybody to Tracing Jewish Histories. We're really pleased to have you all here with us. I'm the co-organizer alongside my friend and colleague Reed for the symposium.
Hello, I'm Reed. Before we get started, we would like to thank Sam Fogg, the Mellon Foundation, Case Western Reserve University, and the Medieval Academy of America for making this symposium possible through their generous, I should say very generous support. We would also like to thank the amazing Research Forum team, Layla, Diego, and Grace at the Courtauld for all their help in coordinating this event. Additional thanks goes to Sophia, our digital assistant, who is going to make everything possible today. Thank you as well to our graduate student volunteers from the Courtauld and Case Western, Sam Truman, Claudia Haynes, Darren Helton, Sarah Frisbee, Allison Boroff, Natalia Munoz-Rojas, and Olga Morgaluk. Thank you to all of our fantastic speakers.
The idea for this symposium really emerged from conversations Reed and I were having about our PhD dissertations and the ways they consider the transformation of Hebrew manuscripts over time. My PhD in particular, as Tom outlined, is looking at the movement of Ashkenazic and Sephardic manuscripts through Europe and beyond between 1290 and 1500, a period that saw mass migrations of Jewish communities. Specifically, I'm examining the material changes these codices sustained over time as a result of their movements, gaining new illuminations, textual additions, and undergoing censorship. Not to mention their numerous owner inscriptions and bills of sale that provide glimpses into the diverse lives of the hands that they have passed through. In fact, one of the main case studies foregrounded in my dissertation is the Rothschild Pentateuch, now held at Getty, which is actually what first brought Reed and I together many years ago.
Many years ago. Yes, and as Thomas said, in my research, I investigate word and image relationships in Ashkenazi codices, but am primarily concerned with how users performed their various identities, both within and through their manuscripts. Many of these codices made by or for Jewish communities served to beautify the commandments and were meant to be used in a very active way, not only read, but seen, heard, and performed. Tracing users' engagements with them, from additions to signs of devotional or destructive touch, recenters the people who once paged through these volumes. Now, as the introduction from Laura and I makes clear, we are manuscript people at heart. But we wanted to make connections and open dialogues with our colleagues working with other kinds of objects and spaces, because manuscripts are not the only objects to transcend the moments that they were made.
As art historians, we often examine an object for the insight it can provide into the moment that it was produced, and seldom explore the life it took on after it was made. This is particularly important when we speak about manuscripts, spiritual objects, and spaces made by and for Jewish communities, because Jewish communities are always moving, especially in the medieval and early modern periods. As Susan Einbinder says in her notable book, No Place of Rest, these are, quote, physical objects, and the clues to their fabrication and transmission reinsert them into a moving historical narrative whose scenery changes over time, end quote. This symposium is thus an opportunity for us all to explore the transformation of objects and architectural spaces made by and for Jewish communities over time against the backdrop of these changing landscapes, discussing the ways they continue to be used and adapted by Jewish and non-Jewish communities from the Middle Ages to the present day. The image we chose for this conference, Santa Maria la Blanca, is an excellent example of a transformed Jewish space, as it was once the Ibn Shoshan synagogue. This well-known space speaks to the thematic heart of the symposium in its role as a ritual space first for Jewish communities, whose intended use was rewritten and appropriated by non-Jewish communities. We'll hear more about this in the last session today, so I won't say too much more. But as we will see today, Santa Maria la Blanca is joined by innumerable objects, from manuscripts to spice containers to gravestones, whose continued use, collection, and display attest to their enduring importance and position as evolving witnesses to each historic context they inhabit.
From the beginning, making space to show how the symposium themes also intersect with the world of museums and the history of collecting has been a priority. To that end, the second day of this symposium is dedicated solely to these topics and will feature a roundtable with leading curators from US and UK museums. We are so pleased to be able to host Simona Dinepi, Reba Arnold, Alice Minter, and Elizabeth Morrison at this symposium, as all are making great strides in the curation of Jewish history. In fact, as an aside, Simona has actually been a part of the plan for this symposium since we all first met in 2023. And I bring up the curatorial panel now because this symposium would not have been possible without the support of so many individuals. Not only Simona, Reba, Alice, and Beth, but also all the wonderful speakers who have made the journey here today, and especially our advisors, Tom Nixon, Alex Bovey, and Alina Gertzman. Our advisors have been the symposium's greatest champions, and we are especially grateful for all their support and advice. We are also pleased to say that Alina, who I should say has really been an inspiration to me with the development of the Cosmic Ecologies Conference, among other things, but Alina will be delivering the closing remarks and a response to the symposium tomorrow.
So now for a few little practicals. The schedule for the symposium, which you've no doubt seen, is available on the Courtauld website, as well as on programs which are scattered about the room. As you can see, each session will have 3 speakers with a Q&A at the end, so please keep all your questions until the end of each session. There will be a lunch break at 12:30. For speakers, we've provided you lunch in the research forum. For everybody else, there's a cafe upstairs or many cafes nearby. There will be a coffee break for everybody at 3 o'clock, again in the research forum. And if you'd like a snack or coffee outside of these times, there is a cafe upstairs. At 5 o'clock, there will be a wine reception for everybody, so please don't run off, and we can continue our discussions there. So thank you again for joining us for Tracing Jewish Histories. We'll begin the first session now, and I invite our chair, Claudia Haynes, up to introduce our session and speakers. Thank you.
Hello everyone. As Laura said, my name is Claudia Haynes. I am a PhD student at Case Western Reserve University, and I'm very happy to be chairing our first session today titled Manuscripts and Movement. Our 3 speakers will consider the additions, erasures, and changes made to Hebrew manuscripts over time as a result of their movements. These papers highlight the interdisciplinary approaches necessary to study these codices across time periods. And I'll introduce each speaker before their presentation, and we will leave all questions for the end. So our first speaker today is Professor Judith Schlanger. Judith Schlanger is a professor of Hebrew and Jewish studies at the University of Oxford, where she is also a fellow of Corpus Christi College and president of the Oxford Center for Hebrew and Jewish Studies. She is a corresponding fellow of both the British Academy and the Medieval Academy of America. She has published extensively, including many notable books and edited volumes like Learning Hebrew in Medieval England and Des Juifs, des Chrétiens and des livres manuscrits hébreux médiévaux de la France du Nord. She additionally has led the Hebrew Paleography and Codicology summer course held at the Bodleian Library for almost a decade. And today she'll be presenting her paper, Paleography and the Tracing of the Origins and History of a Bilingual Psalter, MS Oxford, Corpus Christi 10. Will you please join me in welcoming Professor Schlanger?
Well, manuscripts are cultural artifacts. We have already understood that from the wonderful introduction that we have heard. In their text, but also in their materiality, they can be used as historical witnesses, as historical proofs. However, in order to be used to reconstruct Jewish history, oh, hello, Cesar, the manuscript, each one of them needs to have their own history understood and reconstructed. It is very important. We need to situate every single manuscript in its time, place, context. And I understand that this is the objective of our conference, Manuscripts and Other Cultural Jewish Objects. And I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers, Laura and Reed, whom I met in Oxford during the Oxford summer workshop on Hebrew manuscripts, for inviting me here and for organizing this wonderful conference. So, of course, to reconstruct the history of the manuscripts, of every single manuscript, to make the manuscript speak volumes, it's a paraphrasis, if you recognize from David Pearson's book, it is sometimes quite easy, because the manuscripts themselves can contain crucial historical information in the form of extra-textual notes, inscriptions. The colophon of the scribe, when the manuscript was written, where it was written, ownership remarks, ex libris, library marks, various contracts, bills of sale, list of books, all kinds of jottings and notes left by the readers, which can contain crucial information to situate the manuscript in time and place. However, only a small fraction of medieval Hebrew manuscripts contain such information, and every single manuscript has a history. So what do we do when the direct information is not available? And today I'm going to use as an example a manuscript, this one, which is a bilingual manuscript, and I would like to apologize because it's only partly interesting for Jewish history. It is, of course, interesting for Jewish history, but also for the history of Christian Hebraism in medieval England as it happens, because the manuscript is a book of Psalms, which was written probably during the first quarter of the 13th century in England. So I would like to present this book, but also to follow the study of its history, its provenance, where and when it was written, how can we say that it was written in England in the 13th century, and then what happens later. This is an example of a manuscript where the history has to be reconstructed, but before that I just briefly present it. It is, as I said, a bilingual psalter. You have 2 volumes of Jerome's translations of the Bible. The one here on the outside is the Gallicana version. This is the Hebraica version. Hebraica version appears next to the Hebrew column of the text, and between the lines of the Hebrew text there is a third Latin translation that we are going to call, after very small, superscriptio, because it's written between the lines. And this is not only close to the biblical text, but also close to the rabbinic interpretation of the Hebrew Bible, including, and most of all, the commentaries of Rashi. In addition, the manuscript contains several different annotations, glosses, and corrections in the margin. So the manuscript is written by 2 main Latin scribes. Superscriptio is written probably by a different scribe, notes by a series of different Latin hands. The Hebrew text is written by 3 scribes plus annotators, and among these 3 scribes there is one main scribe responsible for 98% of the book. So this is what the book is about. The Latin part is decorated, as you can see, rubricated with blue and red, as was the custom of good quality books of the period, with initials. We saw already the initial of the Psalm 1, decorated with puzzle letters and flourishes. The Hebrew titles have not been supplied except for one psalm, which is 79, and there are what we call the lettres d'attente for the titles of the psalms here in Hebrew, written by a Christian with a specific Christian simplified vocalization. Don't call it a mistake. It's simply a completely different way of seeing Hebrew vowel, and the translation, like for all the other words. However, probably the decorative titles have never been supplied for the Hebrew text, which informs us about several layers of the process of the copying of the manuscript. So, as I said, the initial words beautifully decorated in Latin, supplied by a Latin scribe for Psalm 1 in the space left here by a Christian hand. So why this kind of manuscript? I will just mention it very briefly. We are in the 13th century, in the period where Christian scholars try to understand the textual transmission of the Vulgate itself, their Bible, the Bible that they use for study, for prayer, and there is an entire movement of correctoria, correcting of the Hebrew Bible, which started well before, but in the 13th century it develops seriously, and at the same time the Hebrew text comes into the play from the middle of the 12th century. The correctoria are based as well on the study of the Hebrew text, and here this book has a double role of correcting and understanding the Vulgate, but also for the Christian scholars to be used as a handbook to study Hebrew. This is why the verses of Latin and Hebrew are correlated for an easier pedagogical approach, and they are correlated in such a way that I have underlined here little circles that you have where the sof pasuk, the end of every single verse, appears, so that you can correlate the verses without a problem. So you can see as well here a very specific page layout of the Hebrew and Latin text. Latin was written first. Hebrew was adjusted, but it was adjusted, it looks irregular, but we are going to see that there is a logic in this disorganized, apparently disorganized way. This manuscript is problematic as far as its history is concerned, because it contains only one explicit information about its history. You have it here on the page 1. This manuscript was bequested to Corpus Christi College, Oxford, after the death in 1536 of its first president, John Clement. John Clement, as I said, was appointed the first president immediately after the foundation of Corpus Christi College in 1517 by Richard Fox, who was the Bishop of Winchester. So we have here the inscription, pray for the soul of John Clement. This inscription is contained in several manuscripts, Hebrew manuscripts or Hebrew Latin manuscripts from this collection. So that's what we know as far as the history of the manuscripts is concerned. There are no other extra-textual historical inscriptions. So what can we know about the manuscript? So I am not, of course, the first to speak about this manuscript, and I myself studied this and the other manuscripts of the corpus for the past 30 years, and I still discover new things. I come here after Samuel Berger, Beryl Smalley, Raphael Lowy, Colette Sirat, and Malachi Betarier, who all followed Samuel Berger first and then Beryl Smalley to say that the manuscripts, this manuscript and the others, I'm going to tell you about it, are related to Oxford, to the Franciscans, because they are very well known for the study of Hebrew. And then, after all, Roger Bacon at the end of the 13th century spoke a lot about the necessity of studying Hebrew, but as I have shown as well, he didn't know Hebrew very well at all, unlike people who work on these manuscripts at the beginning, the first quarter of the 13th century. So, today we say, okay, fine, 13th century, Roger Bacon, the others, but 100 years almost, let's say 80 years of difference, is a huge amount of time, and lots of things change. So that was what we knew. Why? Because the Latin script in these manuscripts, as well as the decorations, could be quite easily, by paleographical comparison, attributed to England to the 13th century. And that's it. So when I started to study this manuscript in my first book, I wrote 3 books about this manuscript, I repeated this precise identification. Probably Franciscans, probably Oxford, great. That was the great time of learning and great place of learning. However, slowly reading this manuscript and the others, I realized that we are wrong, and this is what is important. But from the point of view of what I want to say today, is that with identifying the paleography as 13th century English, which is fine, and then having the early 16th century history of the manuscripts, 300 years in between, absolutely unknown, we, in a way, as the scientists, we came to a cliff. We can say nothing more about this manuscript. We can edit it, We can describe it, we can do all kinds of things, but from the historical point of view, for many, many years, there was this feeling of not being able to go further. So what is important in our investigation is to learn how to use the clues, which come from the text, of course, but which mainly come from the materiality of the book as an artifact, as a physical artifact, book archaeology, codicology, paleography, but also philology, to transform the cliff feeling, we can't go any further, to a cliffhanger, to a detective story about how to reconstruct the history of a manuscript. So I have personally, after many years, linked this manuscript not with the Franciscans, but with the Benedictines, and not with Oxford, but with a very eccentric place, which is Ramsey Abbey, 20 kilometers from Cambridge, in East Anglia, a place where many Jewish communities existed. And what I would like to stress is that in order to understand the history of a manuscript which does not want to tell us its history, we need to think like archaeologists do about seriality. The manuscript cannot be studied alone. We need to try to reconstruct an entire corpus and move from one manuscript to another in order to obtain results. This is why I have studied 17 bilingual items from medieval England, from the 12th and 13th century, and lots of other manuscripts around, which are not bilingual, but which could be related with the hypothesis that I made to begin with about the possible contexts. So, there are 5 items in this corpus of manuscripts which were created for Jewish use and were appropriated and annotated by Christian scholars. There are 12 items of manuscripts which were created by Christian and Jewish scribes in collaboration, or some of them, such as the new discovery thanks to Peter Kidd, which is Manuscript University College 133 in Oxford, which was created by a Christian scholar for sure, and some others like Leiden University Library that might have been created by a Christian scribe. Among them, there are manuscripts in parallel columns, like the one that we are discussing today, Corpus Christi College 10, of which 4 are Psalters and 6 contain other parts of the Bible. Some of them are textually very close and materially very close to Corpus Christi College 10. This is Cambridge Trinity College manuscript R86. You have here as well a very similar book, as you can see. The decoration is similar for untrained eye, which is mine. Art historians among you will immediately see a chronological gap through the stylistic difference. However, it is clear that we are in a very similar context. And from the textual point of view, if Corpus Christi College 10 was not a copy from the exemplar from which the Trinity manuscript was copied, they certainly come from the same source. So, what can we get from the materiality? For instance, I have just been telling about the collaboration between Christians and Jews. Was the scribe of the Hebrew text Jewish? First question. So when you look at the page layout, I told you the Latin text, nicely aligned, initials, and so on and so forth. Hebrew text readjusted. As you know, when you write in Latin and Hebrew, you don't get the same amount of space which is needed because the Hebrew vowels are written below and above the letters, so the Hebrew text is half shorter than the Latin text. So if you want to readjust the space, you need to think about it. How can you do it? Hebrew was written later, so you can see text and spaces in between. So at the first sight, you can see that the scribe tried to keep the 2 texts aligned. However, he did it in a very specific way. And at the beginning, I thought that it was not nice and disorganized. And then I realized that what he's trying to do, he is trying to write the text of Psalms in the way which corresponds to the classical way mentioned already in the Talmud and attested in Qumran manuscripts of writing the page, creating the page layout of poetic parts of the Bible. Well, the classical texts talk mostly about the book of Exodus, Shirat Hayam, the Song of the Sea. However, in the medieval Ashkenazi manuscripts, the specific layouts are used for other parts of the Bible. So he's trying to use this specific brick over half brick layout in order to create the layout of the column, which is quite interesting. That means that he's aware of the practices of Jewish scribes. His paleography, the style of his Hebrew script, is perfectly Jewish, I would say. Of course, it's very difficult from paleography to guess the opinions and the religion of a person, but what you can guess is the training, because the training is done by the ductus, the way that the hand traces a letter, and when you learn how to write later in your life, you can always recognize an accent, like when I speak English, I have an accent. When you write in a new alphabet you learned as an adult, you also can see an accent in the writing, which this scribe doesn't have. It's a perfectly Ashkenazi Gothic script, which clearly shows his Jewish origin. There are as well some pious corrections. The name of God has not been erased. It has been always treated respectfully. So you can see here the Tetragrammaton, which was left unchanged, and you can see it in other examples of this and other manuscripts. From the process of writing, however, we can learn something very interesting. In the Psalm 2, at the end of the page, an untrained Christian scribe grabbed the quill and did something absolutely unacceptable. Ended the page, verse 6 to verse 8. His work is covered with the same superscriptio as the rest, so it was written at the same time. Fortunately, rest reassured, the proper scribe came back immediately at the verse of the same page. But something quite horrible happened here. But what it means is that two of them must have worked side by side together to be able to move from one place to another. And I don't have time to give you the full history and how this manuscript can be associated with another group of manuscripts, large group of manuscripts that I have associated with the Benedictines in Ramsey Abbey. Maybe during the questions I will be able to continue and tell you more about it, but it is clear that this manuscript is related to an entire group of manuscripts with the superscriptio translation. As you can see, we have here the two manuscripts, our Corpus Christi College 10 and Trinity College, and I'd like to tell you that the many manuscripts with the superscriptio were annotated by the same hand. I don't have time to tell you which ones, but some of them were. Our manuscript, Corpus Christi College, was not. However, this particular annotator of the other manuscripts corrected some of the elements in Corpus Christi College 10. So through paleography, we can make a connection, and through 30 years of study, of course, a connection between Corpus Christi College 10 and a group of manuscripts annotated by the same person, whom I called elder, because I don't know who this person was. However, thanks to putting together the entire corpus, I was able to reconstruct the history not so much of this manuscript, but of the entire group of manuscripts, tracing them back, as I said, to Ramsey Abbey, through the Ramsey Abbey 14th century catalog, as well as 16th century mentions of the history of Hebrew manuscripts in Ramsey Abbey. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great, thank you very much, Professor Schlenger. Our second speaker today is Dr. Katrine Kochman-Apple, and we'll be presenting her paper, Illustrated Books, Their Makers and Owners in an Age of Migration. Professor Kochman-Apple is a professor of Jewish studies at the University of Munster. She has published widely on ancient and medieval Jewish art and is particularly interested in Hebrew manuscript illumination and its cultural and social contexts. In 2015, she won an Alexander von Humboldt professorship She is the author of several important monographs, including Illuminated Haggadot from Medieval Spain and a Matzor from Worms, Art and Religion in a Medieval Jewish Community. Her most recent monograph is Catalan Maps and Jewish Books, the intellectual profile of Elisha ben Abraham Cresques. She is currently working on a monograph on the Passover Haggadah as a standalone book and its ritual uses between the 13th and 17th centuries. And please welcome Professor Copeman-Apple.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Reed, for organizing this wonderful meeting, which promises to be really interesting. Okay, here we go. Illustrated books, their makers and owners in an age of migration. The history of Jewish migration, whether forced upon the migrants or deliberate, is commonly reconstructed from sources such as espoused edicts, letters, chronicles, or reports of those affected. Although providing us with useful information about political motives and laws, such sources are abstract. Tangible objects, cultural goods that are taken into migration, such as books, tell a different story, and Laura knows quite a bit about this. This presentation deals with the role Ashkenazi book culture played in 15th and 16th centuries, an era characterized by massive mobility and migration. A research project soon to start, and that's why this is really work in progress and not yet done, soon to start at the University of Münster and to be conducted by myself and Ilona Steinmann, the co-author of the project proposal, examines books belonging to Ashkenazi migrants in Italy. These books were either brought to Italy from Ashkenaz or produced there by or for Ashkenazi migrants. In the following, I shall first briefly present the rationale of and the plans for the project. I shall then discuss three types of evidence. First, books that were taken into migration, books that were produced by migrating scribes or illustrators, and so on, and then books that were produced in Italy for an Ashkenazi clientele there. For each group, I shall show but a small selection of one or two cases. This is, as I said, work in progress, obviously with many questions and no conclusions yet. The project is focused on books handled by Ashkenazi migrants in Italy, and on the function of these books in the processes of reorientation in the new living environments following migration. Manuscripts from the period between the 13th and the 16th centuries in circulation among Ashkenazi Jews before and after migration will be examined with these questions in mind. We are interested in the agents involved in these processes, beginning with those who commissioned and produced these books to their later users. The new life environments of these migrants were shared spaces in which these agents had to generate elements of collective identity. However, these spaces were shared not only by fellow migrants, but also by Jews of other communities, Sephardim and Italians, as well as by non-Jews, whose culture was different from that of the non-Jews back in the German lands. So what kind of evidence shall we examine? We shall collect owner entries and glosses that are indicative of the later handling of books in new places. We shall also study the trajectories of migrating scribes and printers. Finally, we shall study books produced in Italy, but with obvious features, textual or iconographic, that point at an Ashkenazi clientele. What questions do we ask? Quite a bit. It's a long project. How immigrants dealt with the local Jewish and non-Jewish book cultures, which they were now confronted with. So how did books change after migration? We are interested in the material changes in book culture, as well as in changing reading habits. We are interested in the changing role of the book as a medium of knowledge transfer, in the clash of old and new iconographies in illustrated books, in the networks of Ashkenazi scribes, artists, and customers beyond the boundaries of historical Ashkenaz, and in the nature of the interaction of Ashkenazi and non-Ashkenazi owners of books, such as the redesign and the adaptation of books. Specifically, we will proceed as follows. And this brings us to the first group of examples. Books that were taken into migration. Our main tool at this point is the catalog of the Institute of Microfilmed Hebrew Manuscripts at the National Library of Israel, holding microfilms and scans of about 90% of extant Hebrew manuscripts. Preliminary research in preparation for this project shows that of the approximately 2,000 surviving manuscripts written in Ashkenazi scripts between the years 1200 and 1600, at least half were in Italy at some point in the 15th and 16th centuries. Some of the 1,000 books, these around, circa, were written in by Ashkenazi scribes there. We shall work with a sample of 300 manuscripts in order to make the project feasible, and shall systematically examine the colophons and owner signatures in these books. The first step will be to examine these manuscripts for any evidence that points to their presence in Italy and to collect it in a database. This example shows a page with several owner signatures in the manuscript of Responsa by Meir ben Baruch of Rottenburg, penned in the 14th century in Ashkenaz for one Ashel of Katzdorf. One of the glosses shows the signature of Seligman Bing, who is also calls himself Halevi Zion, a quite prominent Ashkenazi scholar and student of Yaakov Molin, the Maharil. Another gloss teaches us that Meshulam Kusi, here, bought the manuscript in 1472 from Seligman's widow, Friday, and her son, Asher. Most likely, this Meshulam Kusi was the well-known incunable printer from Piove di Sacco. In the Pentateuch, with 5 scrolls and Haftarot in the Ashkenazi Rite from 14th century Germany, the Masorah Magna was added in 1486 or 7 in Italy by a later Ashkenazi owner, Salomon ben Yechiel Adelkind, who incorporated his name and the date of the edition in the micrographic decoration he applied at the end of the Book of Numbers. And you see this edition here marked in red. It has a date. I can now read it because I don't have the right glasses on, but it has the name and the date. Apart from owner signatures, there can be other glosses that are indicative of mobility. This small codex includes various prayers for different, mostly private occasions. The text is penned in large Ashkenazi square script. Numerous glosses in cursive Italian writing appear on the margins, some noting elements referring to the Italian rite, testimony to the use of the book by owners who were accustomed to the Italian rite, either full or in part. And this said here, Mikan ve'ilach en nogim b'medinat Italia. The idea is that the quantitative approach will lead to some insights into a larger picture about Ashkenazi culture in Italy, in early modern Italy, and book culture in particular. Our second group is better known, books that are produced by migrating scribes, printers, and illustrators. So I will just very briefly say a few words about this. For example, the first part of this book on the screen, a Siddur, a well-known Siddur, carries 2 colophons, one in the middle of the book and another at its end. So the first part has a colophon already in the middle of the book, and then there comes the second part. In the first colophon, the scribe tells us that he completed this part of the manuscript on July 27, 1450, and that it contains the rite common in Ulm. 2 years later, the second colophon was added by the same hand in Treviso. The book was thus most likely written by the owner himself, it's the same script, and taken to Italy, where he continued the work. While the colophons leave the scribe or owner anonymous, we repeatedly find the name Moses or Moses ben Isaac highlighted in red ink, so as here is one example. And scholars agree that this Moses was one of the sons of Isaac Seligman, a prominent figure from the Jewish community of Ulm, who died in circa 1455. Isaac was not only a successful businessman and banker, who did also business in Italy, but also a scholar who ran a yeshiva in Ulm. Before Moses set off to cross the Alps, perhaps to attend to his family business there, he commissioned illustrations for his prayer book. The style of the drawings leaves no doubt that this was done in Ulm and not in Italy. Moreover, the illustrator must have been a non-Jew. His imagery showing numerous scenes related to Pesach, all the illustrations are for Passover Haggadah, demonstrates a complete lack of understanding Jewish customs, and I've described these glitches elsewhere in detail. So just one brief example here. The cleaning of the house from leaven is done with palm leaves, while the cleaning was commonly done with chicken or goose feather, and definitely not with palm leaves, and go find palm leaves in 15th century Ulm anyway, so yeah. Further traces of Moses' interest in books can be found after his move to Italy. In 1474, we find him in Mestre, where he commissioned a collection of medical prescriptions in Yiddish. Yiddish texts played a central role in Ashkenazi book culture in northern Italy, and scholars argue that writing in Yiddish and the early development of a Yiddish literature was a crucial ferment of Ashkenazi identity in the multicultural ambience of Italy. This is attested by a relative great number of books in Yiddish produced there, and I shall return to one example a bit later. Now, in the number, this is also quite well known, so I just want to mention it, but not more, because we are hoping to find other agents, other scribes and illustrators that are less known or less well known. But here's just one, the famous example of Joel ben Simeon, who in around 1449 crossed the Alps coming from the Rhineland into northern Italy. He left nearly 40 manuscripts in whose production he was involved, either as a scribe or an illustrator, often in both functions. Joel ben Simeon's work is well known, and so is his biography. And I shall not go into any detail, but only highlight a few points that made him really a cultural agent between the German lands and Italy, to show what actually are the elements that are important for us to understand what is going on with this larger picture of early modern Italian, late medieval, early modern Italian book culture, Jewish book culture. 3 manuscripts from the time preceding his relocation to Italy have come down to us. This example, a Haggadah, shows that he was familiar with styles and techniques common in the Rhineland, such as the spare ground technique. The ground is brown and the figures are in parchment color, which was very popular in Germany at the time. All in all, though, his drawing technique is rather stiff and untrained. This book, also a Haggadah, is now housed in the Fondation Martin Baudelaire near Geneva, and counts among Joel's early works from Italy. His figure style is still a bit clumsy, but his drawings betray some artistic training he must have received in Italy, and an interest in Italian drawing style. 15th century books were occasionally produced not by commission, but for the market, apparently aimed at both a potential Ashkenazi and Italian readership, it is likely that this book was such a case, and Joel was really a very good marketer. He knew how to find clients, and he was very flexible in this respect. The beginning of the initial section preceding the Haggadah, with instructions to clean the house, which is on the left, and the whole page, the full page, you can see the text. It has instructions to clean the house. On the eve of the 14th of Nisan, and so on, you all know the text, is typically found in Ashkenazi Haggadot. That preparatory section, however, displays also signs of a mixed readership. The text suggests that either a bowl or a basket is used for the Passover ritual. Now, bowls were common in Ashkenaz, and baskets were used in Iberia for Passover, while in Italy, both options were common. The text also mentions one of the vegetables as lituga, while Ashkenazi scribes usually describe the same vegetable as latich instead, which is basically lettuce. When we look at this depiction of the Seder table, however, we notice that Joel chose the Ashkenazi custom and showed a bowl, mentioned also in the caption beneath the illustration. Should be somewhere there, I don't see a thing, but it says the hakera. Finally, Joel is also known to have introduced to Italy the verses of Shloch HaMatra, which were not said in Italian Passover rituals before the middle of the 15th century. However, once the recitation of these psalms, cursing those who did not know God, was established in Italy, it was common to say only a short version of it, of one verse, and not the long Ashkenazi version. And this is the case also in the Budmer Haggadah. Moreover, in general, the text version of the Haggadah leans towards the Italian rite. So we see here that the migrating scribe actually and illustrator kind of did everything so that he could interest Ashkenazi clients, and this is before the big waves of migrations, still in the middle of the 15th century, and Italian. Now, the third group that we have in mind are illustrated books that were produced in Italy for an Ashkenazi clientele there. This slide shows a colophon from a manuscript with Yiddish texts for an Ashkenazi readership about laws for women copied by one Isaac Cohen in Mantua in 1575, written in a semi-cursive script that betrays both Ashkenazi and Italian paleographical features. And here is the name, Isaac Cohen, der Schreiber. A Haggadah from 15th century is penned in Ashkenazi square script. It contains the Haggadah of the Ashkenazi rite, with the long version of the curse psalms, as common in Ashkenaz, as well as other Ashkenazi ritual elements. The initial section with instructions for the cleaning of the house from leaven is typical of Ashkenazi Haggadot, but the style, and that's what you see, no, that's not what you see here, that's what you see here. But the style of the marginal illustration is distinctly Italian, with interior settings in perspective, with tiles on the floor and vaulted ceilings. The book was likely addressed at migrants who used the Ashkenazi rite, but were accustomed to Italian style and realia, and certainly probably also to, in the meantime, to an Italian lifestyle. Yiddish texts were already mentioned, and here is an example, an illustrated Minhagim book, a book of customs from the early years of the 16th century. As Diane Wolfthal shows, architectural elements suggest that the drawings were produced in Italy. Thus, for example, this building with a cupola resting on a drum, for example. Italian-style costumes and it looks all very naive because it's an unprofessional drawing style, but the details show actually Italian elements of costume and also realia, such as the jar to the right with this molded face, or the caps worn by the man. The text, however, appears in Yiddish. The right of the costumes is Ashkenazi, and so is the script. So the environment, the visible environment is Italian, and it's reflected in these kind of unprofessional drawings, but the book is an Ashkenazi book. Both the illustrations and the script are non-professional, and it is likely that this was an owner-produced manuscript, or it could be an owner-produced manuscript, or rather that a person with some training in the scribal arts produced this manuscript, perhaps for the women in his or her family. Our project will thus investigate the role of the book as a material object and as a mobile cultural asset within the history of migration and the emergence of new living environments and the organization of new communities. In terms of cultural history, two phenomena can be identified. On the one hand, a certain degree of continuity can be observed in the book culture of the Ashkenazim in Italy, and on the other hand, significant changes, artistic, material, and so on, are recognizable. Less so in the text, but especially in the material and the artistic elements that are found in these books. In Italy, the patterns of transcultural entanglements were particularly complex, more complex than elsewhere, I should say, due to the encounter of Ashkenazi migrants with the Italian Jewish population, but also with migrants from Iberia, an aspect that I have not addressed here due to limited time frame, but is certainly also very apparent in whatever is going on there. Cultural exchange with non-Jewish population must also be taken into account here. The continuous production of books with content particularly relevant to Ashkenazi culture highlights the function of books as generators of identity in the crisis that followed migration. All of this brought about significant changes in book culture, in the design of books, in reading practices, and in the social background of book owners and their practices of collecting books, which we hope to find out by this quantitative approach to the owner inscriptions, so that we can find the names of different owners in different books, and we can try to reconstruct, for example, collections of books. That then can be joined with book lists that, of course, also tell us quite a great deal about the book collections. We just hope to write a chapter in the history of the Jewish book, a chapter that speaks of a particularly dynamic phase in an age of mobility, migration, and cultural change. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Professor Coachman-Atwell. Our final speaker in this session today is Professor Javier Del Barco, who will present his paper, From Northern Italy to Dublin, The Journey of a Hebrew Bible at the Chester Beatty Library. Professor Del Barco is Associate Professor at Universidad Complutense de Madrid and Senior Researcher at the Institute of Religious Sciences at the same university. His research currently focuses on the cataloging, study, and interpretation of medieval manuscripts of the Hebrew Bible, including the study of manuscript production, use, transmission, and circulation. He has published extensively on these topics and has written several catalogs of Hebrew manuscripts, among them the 3-volume work Catálogo de Manuscritos Hebreos de la Comunidad de Madrid, and also Bibliothèque Nationale de France, Hébreu 1-32, Manuscrits de la Bible hébraïque. He has also edited the late medieval Hebrew book in the Western Mediterranean, Manuscripts in Incunabula in Context. Please help me welcome Professor Del Barco.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Reed, for the organization of this wonderful conference. I'm very excited to be here because this is the first time for me at the Quarto. I hope this is not the last, and I'm very happy to be here, so thank you very much. Well, I'm going to talk about the Hebrew Bible at the Chester Beatty. So it's the manuscript Hebrew 732 of the Chester Beatty Library, which is a Hebrew Bible produced in northern Italy in the late 14th century or the early 15th century. It comprises the 24 books of the Hebrew Bible, and its conclusion includes the afterlives for Pesach and Shavuot. In addition, it features a range of paratextual elements intended to facilitate navigation within the text, such as running titles, parasha markers in the Pentateuch, Iskar numbering in both the Pentateuch and the Prophets, Haftarah markers along with their corresponding parashot in the Prophets, and a list of Haftarot at the beginning of the manuscript, specifying the folios on which each appears within the Prophets. While such an accumulation of paratexts is not uncommon in medieval Hebrew Bible manuscripts, they are typically found in codices that did not originally include them, but were later supplemented by subsequent owners, most often between the 15th and 18th centuries, who received or utilized manuscripts lacking these navigational aids. The practice of adding such paratextual material is particularly prevalent in Bibles that circulated in Italy or were owned by Italian readers. In the present case, however, the paratexts were not added at a later stage. Rather, the manuscript of Italian provenance was conceived from the outset to incorporate this suite of paratexts, as evidenced by the consistent script and uniform decorative style that accompanies each of these features. The inclusion of these paratextual elements in the original design of the manuscript, as well as the fact that they are decorated, is one of the reasons why this Bible has been selected, among other manuscripts, for study within the framework of the project Parahib, Understanding the Paratexts of the Hebrew Bible, led by Elvira Martín Contreras from the Consejo Superior de Investigaciones Científicas in Madrid, in collaboration with the University of Glasgow and funded by the Templeton Religion Trust. This project seeks to undertake a comprehensive analysis of paratextual components in Hebrew Bible manuscripts in order to elucidate their role and influence on the reader's engagement with and interpretation of the biblical text. In contrast to earlier scholarship, which primarily focused on the textual content of such elements, this initiative also takes into account their format, placement, decoration, and variation across different manuscript traditions. Employing a methodology that combines philological analysis with experimental approaches, the project investigates how the presence or absence of paratexts affects the reception of the manuscript as artwork and mediates the encoding and transmission of knowledge. Through the examination of the wide array of paratextual features present in medieval Hebrew Bible manuscripts, the project aspires to refine our understanding of how these elements shape the reading experience and the interpretive strategies applied to biblical texts. The decoration of manuscript Hebrew 772 of the Chester Beatty Library is indeed particularly noteworthy, both in general and with regard to the paratextual elements specifically. It features several decorated panels in the list of Haftarot at the beginning of the manuscript, at the openings of the various biblical books, as well as ornamental vignettes that accompany catchwords, running titles, parasha markers in the Pentateuch, Haftarah indicators in the Prophets, Iskar numbering in both the Pentateuch and the Prophets, Masoretic countings at the end of each book, folio numbers in the Prophets, and psalm numbering. All of these elements were executed by a single hand and in a consistent style, likely as part of the manuscript's original production. The study of the function of these decorated paratexts and their relationship to the perception and acquisition of knowledge is one of the key aspects being explored in the project Parahib, Understanding the Paratexts of the Hebrew Bible. The manuscript measures 257 by 189 millimeters and comprises 382 parchment folios gathered into 49 quires. So in the present paper, I shall focus on certain codicological features, aspects of the manuscript's content, and its historical trajectory, in order to situate its production within a specific chronological, geographical, and cultural context, as well as to trace its later history up to its arrival in the Chester Beatty Library. So I was commenting the measures of the manuscript. It has also catchwords that appear on the verso of the final folio of each quire, placed in the lower left margin. The vast majority of the quires are quaternions, meaning quires of 8 folios each. The text, as you can see on the slide, is arranged into columns per page with 34 lines per column, and the number of lines for writing matches the number of written lines, which is 34. Among these codicological features, particular attention should be given to the use of the quaternion quire structure. This type of quire is especially common in Ashkenazi manuscripts and also prevalent in Sephardic traditions, where it is found in approximately 80% of parchment manuscripts, according to Malachi Betarye. However, in the Italian context, the quaternion is relatively uncommon, as the quinion, gatherings of 10 folios, was the dominant quire structure throughout the medieval period. I'm going to skip this. As Betarye notes in Hebrew codicology, and I quote, they, quaternions, appeared in Italy only from the last decade of the 14th century, especially in parchment manuscripts. However, most of the Italian manuscripts using this quire composition were produced by immigrants from France and Germany, and especially from Provence and Spain, who would settle in northern Italy following the expulsion from France and the persecutions in Spain in 1391. End quote. The chronology indicated by Betarye, namely the emergence of parchment manuscripts composed of quaternions in Italy from the final decade of the 14th century through the 15th century, coincides with the proposed dating for the production of this manuscript. Furthermore, the manuscript's likely origin in northern Italy is supported not only by the use of quaternion quires, but also by its subsequent historical trajectory, which we will examine later on. If we examine the script used in the manuscript, we observe that it more closely resembles the Sephardic style than the Ashkenazi, and indeed, it aligns more with the Sephardic tradition than with the typical pure medieval Italian script. For example, the ductus of the Aleph in this manuscript is structured around a central oblique stroke, whereas in the medieval Italian Aleph, the left stroke is vertical and extends through the full line box between the baseline and the headline, something not present in the Aleph of this manuscript. On the basis of both the quire structure employed and the script type, one might reasonably propose that the scribe originated from Provence or the Iberian Peninsula, even if the manuscript itself was produced in northern Italy. The entire paratextual apparatus that can be seen on the screen, and including the addition of aftarot lists and the navigational references connecting them to the main text, is characteristic of Bibles that have circulated in Italy or belonged to Italian owners. In the present case, however, these features are part of the manuscript's original design rather than later additions, leading us to suggest that the inclusion of these paratextual elements was commissioned by the manuscript's patron, likely a Jew from northern Italy. It is worth paying special attention to the layout of the poetic sections of the Pentateuch in this manuscript. In the case of Shirat HaYam, Exodus 15, the text exhibits the characteristic brick pattern appearance, although it follows virtually none of the rules prescribed by Maimonides in the Mishneh Torah. The text is not arranged in 30 lines and instead adapts to the width of the column, nor are the preceding and following paragraphs marked by the required opening words. Similarly, in Shirat HaZinu, Deuteronomy 32, Maimonides' guidelines are generally not observed. As with Shirat HaYam, the layout adjusts to the column space rather than occupying the full width of the text block. Furthermore, the preceding and following paragraphs do not present the required opening words. Only a small blank space is left in the middle of the column to signal that the passage is one of the poetic sections with a distinctive arrangement of text, thus evoking, though only faintly, the spacing conventions established by Maimonides for this poetic section. This disregard for Maimonidean prescriptions regarding the layout of poetic texts in the Pentateuch is, we can say, quite typical of Italian and Ashkenazi codices, Bible codices, but not of Sephardi Bibles. Although we have suggested that the scribe may have originated from Provence or the Iberian Peninsula, it is not surprising that the layout of the poetic passages conforms more closely to Italian conventions. It is likely that the scribe was working from an Italian model, especially considering the presence of paratexts that appear to reflect the intentions of the patron. We are thus likely dealing with a Bible commissioned in the late 14th or the early 15th century by a Jew from northern Italy and executed by a scribe who, while presumably of Iberian or Provençal origin, followed aesthetic and paratextual conventions aligned with the patron's wishes or the models that appealed to his taste. What remains to be determined is how this manuscript, produced in northern Italy, eventually came to reside in the Chester Bidi. The Chester Bidi Library, of course. To address this, we will trace the manuscript's history, insofar as the evidence allows, in reverse, beginning with its arrival in the Chester Bidi collection. And before doing so, I would like to publicly express my gratitude to Jill Uncle, curator of Western collections at the Chester Bidi Museum and Library, for her generous assistance in helping me reconstruct the manuscript's journey from northern Italy to its current location in Dublin. The manuscript entered Chester Bidi's collection in 1952, following the death of his wife Edith, to whom this Bible had belonged. Upon Edith's death, an inventory was taken of 107 manuscripts in her possession, where the Hebrew Bible was listed as item number 105 and was marked as of national interest, indicated in inventory by the abbreviation NI. Most of the manuscripts passed to Chester Bidi and were incorporated into his collection, which was then housed on Shrewsbury Road in Dublin. However, some items were later removed from the collection at Bidi's request and auctioned by Sotheby's between 1968 and 1969. Fortunately, this Hebrew Bible was not among those sold, having been designated as of national interest in Ireland. The inventory notes that the Bible was acquired by Edith from the Landau Library. And indeed, the manuscript bears the ex libris of Baron Horace de Landau, consisting of two H's and two L's interlaced together. Horace de Landau, a Ukrainian Jew holding French nationality, was a prominent agent in the service of the Rothschild banking house. He represented their interests in numerous dealings with the emerging Italian state during the 1860s. Upon retiring in 1872, he settled in Florence, where he devoted himself to building an exceptional collection of manuscripts, incunabula, and printed books, many of them of Italian origin. He began his collection purchasing part of Gustavo Camillo Galletti's library, a Florentine lawyer who had died in 1868, and continued acquiring manuscripts and printed books through various auctions during the 1880s and the 80s and the 1890s. Following Landau's death in 1903, his collection, including the Hebrew Bible, was inherited by his niece, Jenny Ellenberger Finali, who was married to Hugo Finali, himself also a nephew of Landau and therefore Jenny's cousin. Upon Jenny's death in 1938, the Landau Finali collection passed to her son, Horace Finali, who died a few years later in 1945. In accordance with the wills of both Jenny and Horace Finali, part of the collection was donated to the city of Florence and is now held at the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale di Firenze as Landau Finali Collection. Another portion of the collection was sold at auction in 1948. On that occasion, 150 manuscripts and printed books from the Landau Finali collection were put up for sale. And among the manuscripts sold on that occasion was the Hebrew Bible in question. Indeed, the auction catalogue from the sale held at Sotheby's in London on July the 12th and 13th, 1948, lists under Lot 56 a manuscript described, and I quote, as a fine manuscript Hebrew Bible. The description made for this catalogue emphasizes the quality of the decoration by noting, for example, that the pages containing the list of afterlives, and I quote, are remarkable for initials executed in gold upon a delicately drawn ground in colored inks, end quote. From the 150 items sold at Sotheby's in July 1948, 52 had been previously exhibited in New York, and among the manuscripts displayed in New York was the Hebrew Bible, as confirmed by a brief notice published in the New York Times on May 13, 1948, which mentions, I quote, a Hebrew Bible written in North Italy in the 15th century, end quote. So, from all of the above, we can deduce that Edith Beatty acquired the Hebrew Bible at the Sotheby's auction in London, and that it remained in her possession for less than 4 years before passing to her husband, Chester Beatty. The auction had a notable impact on the world of bibliophilia and was covered by the Times Literary Supplement in a report dated July 24, 1948. Although the article mentions some of the most important items from the Landau Finali collection that were sold, the Hebrew Bible is not listed among them. So someone thought that the Hebrew Bible was not particularly important within this collection. We said that before that Baron de Landau acquired most of his collection, including this Hebrew Bible, between the 1870s and the 1890s. But what do we know of this Hebrew Bible prior to its acquisition by Horace de Landau? And here the Jewish custom of recording family events such as births, deaths, and inheritances on the flyleaves of manuscripts has provided some insight into the Bible's earlier owners. On the front flyleaf of the manuscript, several such notes are preserved. One entry states that the Bible, valued at 25 broad florins, was part of the inheritance received on December the 2nd, 1490, in the city of Florence by the sons of a certain Mordechai Raphael after his death. Notes recording the births of the next generation of the family in the 16th century indicate that the family originated from Camerino in the province of Macerata in the Marche region of Italy, an area known from the 15th century onward for its circulation of Hebrew manuscripts and for its numerous Jewish communities. So to conclude, all of this suggests that the Bible was probably produced in Florence or in the nearby region, and that its owners, Jews originally from Camerino but settled in Florence, kept the Bible within the family for at least 2 or 3 generations. It is not currently known from whom Baron da Landau acquired the Bible. He may have obtained it as part of the library of Gustavo Galletti, purchased in the 1870s, a collection known to contain primarily Florentine books, or he may have acquired it at a later auction. In any case, it seems quite certain that the Bible remained in Florence until it was sold at auction in London in 1948, with a brief detour to New York in June of that year as part of Sotheby's promotional efforts. From there, following its acquisition by Edith Vesey, the Bible traveled to Dublin, where it found its permanent home in the Chester Beatty Library and Museum. Thank you very much.
All right, if all 3 of our speakers would like to join me at the front, we have some time for questions.
Thank you all for your very wonderful papers. I have a question first for Katrine. I know the project's in its initial stages, but I wonder to what extent you might be exploring or have you maybe found migrating Hebrew manuscripts that can be used as models for manuscripts produced in Italy, perhaps as a way to further transmit or preserve Ashkenazic culture.
To what extent Ashkenazi manuscript could have done well? I mean, the one Haggadah I showed you and at the end, before the Yiddish Minhagim book, would be somehow such a case. Because it really, I mean, I didn't go into the details of the iconography, but it is really an Ashkenazi Bible, actually, in terms of how it is, how it visualizes things and how it, not exclusively, but a lot. A great deal. So that would be an example because this one belongs to a group of 3, the second Darmstadt, the Parma manuscript, and the Floresheim. And the Darmstadt and the Floresheim for long have been considered Ashkenazi manuscripts, actually, until somebody said, oh, no, this is actually Italian style. It doesn't really work that way. So that would be an example, but I mean, we hope to come up with more stuff and, probably some minor things that are less well known, and there's so many manuscripts that people haven't looked at. So.
Well, I have a question. Thank you all 3 of you for these wonderful and very interesting talks. I have a question for Judith, actually. I was very curious if you could say anything about the order of operations for the manuscript. You mentioned that the Hebrew text came second, and it's also on the outside margin. So I'm wondering what might be the implications of it be sort of in the place of a commentary text, and in some ways a gloss, even though it's older.
Oh, right. No, it is not. No, it came after, but in a planned and ruled space. It doesn't have in Corpus Christi College 10. It doesn't have the place of a commentary. No. These manuscripts, the group that I have shown of manuscripts which were created as multi-column bilingual manuscripts, follow the hexapla tradition very explicitly. Scholars talk about it, And I didn't have time, of course, to talk about everything I wanted to talk about, but in Corpus Christi College 10 there is a preface which does not correspond to Jerome's preface to the Book of Songs. Very smally thought that it was written by Robert Grosseteste, but probably it wasn't. But this preface explains the idea of putting the manuscripts in parallel, to putting them together using the biblical metaphor, saying that like two twins in their mother's womb, they shouldn't fight, they should, be put together and reconciled on one page. No, it's not marginal. Hebrew is important.
Cool.
And in the other, so there are marginal glosses as well, but from the point of view of the planned page, it was planned as a bilingual manuscript. And for instance, in the Trinity College manuscript, which is slightly later, it was copied either from Corpus Christi College or something very similar. The Hebrew was written first, and Latin was adjusted. So it depends at what stage of the production of these manuscripts you are situated. They were produced from, let's say, very difficult to date them specifically, but from the first quarter of the 13th century up to the probably 70s and 80s of the 13th century, and there are several different models and developments, but the ones in parallel columns, Hebrew is important. It has the same importance as the two other volumes.
Thank you.
Columns, yes.
Oh, there's one in the back.
Thank you. Thank you all for your wonderful talks. I have kind of a question for Katrin specifically, and then kind of one for everybody. You mentioned in the Purim document that it was maybe created for women in maybe a person who had scribal training's family. Is there anything that led you to believe that, other than that it was in Yiddish? Is there more evidence of that? And then I guess for everybody generally, at the Yale Harvard Brown Book History Conference that just happened like a couple weeks ago, there was a big discussion of women scribes. Is there any evidence in any of your work that you've seen that there were women scribes of Hebrew manuscripts or Yiddish manuscripts?
Well, about the Yiddish Minhagim book were very often, first of all, this has been researched by Diane Wolfthal, not from the point of view that we are dealing with, but just as actually from the women's history point of view or gender studies point of view, and these Minhagim books, especially when they were written in Yiddish, they were very often, that is the common thought, that they were addressed to women in general. I cannot say that this was I just was playing with the possibility that it might have been a female scribe, because there have been, we know about female scribes. Not very many, but there are a lot of anonymous scribes, and we know about a bunch of them who were really professional scribes and not semi or non-professional. In that case, it's somehow behind the mainstream book production, and so it could. I wouldn't exclude the possibility that it was, but I can't say. I can't prove it. Yeah.
About women scribes, we have the very famous scribe Paula from Rome, with several manuscripts, 2 volumes in Oxford. So we have as well Hannah from Cologne, from the end 14th, early 15th century, I think.
No, earlier.
Hannah, yeah. And then we have as well the mention of a manuscript which does not exist from Yemen, of Miriam, who was the daughter of Benaiah, who had 2 sons whose manuscripts we have. So we have manuscripts by Benaiah, by Joseph and David, his 2 sons. But unfortunately, the manuscript of Miriam has disappeared. But it's it was an important manuscript, still available, I think, before the Second World War, because in the colophon she was apologizing for the mistakes because she was feeding the baby when she was working on the book. So that would be wonderful to find this manuscript again. I don't know what happened to it, but it's not available anymore. But we do have manuscripts written by female scribes. And of course, when you compare with Latin or especially Arabic manuscripts, we know that women were part of workshops.
And in addition to women scribes, we of course know about women patronizing manuscripts and owning manuscripts and receiving manuscripts. So they're not exactly scribes, but they're involved anyway in the transmission of the manuscripts.
Thank you for all of your papers. I had a question for Javier. I was wondering, do we know very much about the collecting practice of, and I'm so sorry I forgot her name, I hate to call her Mrs. Chesupi, but about her collecting practice? Was that the only manuscript she collected at that sale, and did she center in specifically on Hebrew and Jewish manuscripts?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question. What we know about Edith Beatty's interest is that she had a separate collection of manuscripts and printed books from her husband. That means that they had different collections, they had different interests. So as far as I know, this Hebrew Bible was the only Hebrew manuscript in her collection, and I suppose that she acquired the Hebrew Bible in the Sotheby's auction in 1948, because the time between the auction and her passing is very small. But I'm not sure whether she bought the Bible directly or through a dealer or something like that. But anyway, this is the only Hebrew manuscript that she bought, and I assume that it was because of the creations and of the manuscript. I think, but anyway, she had a different, let's say, interest in collecting manuscripts and books from her husband. So.
Thank you very much for 3 really interesting papers. My question is for Judith and comes from Ignorance, which is about the process of translation. I know that in Spain in the 13th century, a lot of translations from Hebrew or Arabic to Latin rely on a kind of oral vernacular because not many people necessarily spoke all those languages. And so my question is about the process of translation. Do we have any hints about that? Is there a similar kind of vernacular intermediary?
Yes, so we are talking about the superscriptio, the third translation, because the 2 others are, more or less correctly transmitted, Hebraica and Gallicana in the main. But the translation which is written in between the lines of the text is extremely important, extremely interesting. The manuscript I didn't talk about, which is Longleat House 21, which is a psalter which is annotated, translated, explains in the margin why specific words in the translation were translated as they are, and tells us the differences with the official Vulgate. So here the process of translation, so there are different ways of translating. This is the Bible, this is a very important text for the Jews and the Christians. It's not scientific, which is also important, but it has a different status, a religious status. So here the process of translation is explained. And we are really lucky to have this manuscript, which is on sale just now, which is dramatic, but it is still in Britain. So this manuscript explains in the margins how the choice of words. And the choice of words was done from the Hebrew text, but with the use of all kind of different sources. So the sources which were used were Rashi commentary, and sometimes the comment is, we being the Vulgate and the Christian, this word here, but Hebrews, the Jew, has that, and then the comment, and he's right. For that, normally in 13th century, a Christian translator should be burned. To say that Jerome is wrong and that Rashi commentary is correct, this way I knew it was not Oxford. but somewhere safer, eccentric, far from the center of power. That was very important in the 13th century. But yes, you are talking about the vernacular. Yes, there is as well a vernacular mediation. In the 12th century, we have records, like, for instance, Stephen Harding in France, who was using Jewish informants to translate. This is no longer the case here. The people I'm talking about are excellent Hebraists. We have dictionary that they created, we have a grammar of Hebrew they created, they knew Hebrew. But they also used the bilingual glossaries of the Bible in Hebrew and Old French in Hebrew characters. And Rashi as well uses French to explain several words. And in the glosses, which in manuscript Longleat House 21 and some other bilingual manuscripts, French translations are also given to support the superscriptio translation between the lines. So there was a vernacular element very differently. They worked from Hebrew, but they had an entire library of Jewish texts. And we even have Rashi manuscript, which is Corpus Christi College, Oxford 6, from which they worked. So we have an entire workshop, an entire library that was used to create the superscriptio translation, which is different from the Vulgate.
Very much for talk. I've got a rough question for Professor Schwanger. I think you showed us earlier how they had like on the Latin side, I think that there were markings that were kind of representing the equivalent of where any of the soft pasuk in the Hebrew text. And I was just wondering why they would show the equivalent of or why they would try in Latin to represent where the soft pasuk was in the Hebrew text. And there's like other evidence in those bilingual editions where in the Latin they're trying to show where there's Hebrew punctuation, like the nominative and constructive marks. I mean, I just sort of thought it was interesting that they sort of showed it.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. No, I don't think that they were here. They knew very well about the vowels and about teamim. This is for sure. We have in the Hebrew grammar that they created, this group of people created, they give the list of teamim, so they knew about the teamim. But here, I think, maybe I'm wrong, but in this case, I think that the objective was quite easy and basic for the students who are going to study, because these books were done for people to read, and they were read. They were annotated, they were read. So the students who learn Hebrew, we are, at the beginning of the 13th century. When I started to work on these manuscripts, the big thing was actually Christian Hebraist was born with Johannes Reuchlin at the end of the 15th. So that was, when I started in the 90s of the previous century, this is what we thought. Now we know that it's not true, that there is a continuity, and these people were quite good. But here I think that it was really pedagogical. It was to make sure, when the Psalter is the text that a Christian Benedictine or any Christian monk recites daily, all the time. It's known by heart. That's the best learning text for a new language, because you know your Latin, so you are going to compare it very easily to Hebrew. So I think that these little circles simply indicate the verses, so that I study this verse in Latin and it corresponds to this verse in Hebrew. Or another possibility, number 2 or both, is that it is done for the next stage of copy, because this was probably from the chronology of the manuscripts as we have them now. Maybe there were intermediary manuscripts. I'm not very much for, stemma codicum and this kind of approach, which is 19th century German. But still, when people copy a manuscript, they need to copy from somewhere, even if they introduce changes, conscious changes. But here, it is quite likely that this manuscript was used for the copy of new manuscripts. It was an exemplar. And these new manuscripts, if for instance the Trinity College similar Psalter was a baby of this one, here Hebrew was written first. So connecting verses, it's also important for other copies. And I didn't have time to tell you, but in one of the manuscripts from the group, which is Corpus Christi College 5, which is Genesis, which is part of the Pentateuch, I found in the lower margin of the text a mark which normally should be trimmed during the binding, which reads correctus. So I understand that these manuscripts were submitted to a systematic proofreading, so it is much more than just, a whim. There was really a workshop or scriptorium, I think it was a scriptorium of Ramsey Abbey, maybe not for all of them, but some of them, where these manuscripts were produced really professionally. So it is also likely that it was done for teaching or self-learning, but maybe also for the future copy. The two are possible, I think.
I have a question for you, Katrina. I was hoping you could expand a little bit on these architectural images that you used to define the origin or at least life of manuscripts. Are these common, and do you know of any that are in manuscripts from other regions?
In the Yiddish Minhagim book, you mean? Yeah. Well, there are a lot of illustrations in that manuscript, that basically show rituals. There's, for example, in the interior of a synagogue, there's sort of family situations. This one is very unique because it's richly illustrated, and I'm not aware of a parallel, but maybe there is. And yeah, I mean, it's a kind of a ritual guidebook that also visualizes the guidance that it gives. That we have this also from, by the way, from Ashkenaz in several Haggadot, which I believe are kind of supposed to be visual guidance, offer visual guidance. And yeah, so I can't really say more about, because this is really taken, in a way it is taken out of life. Women's play quite a role in them. But they're very difficult to categorize iconographically because they are non-professional, or what they once would say amateurish art. So they kind of follow different rules or other rules than so-called professional art. I don't know if that answered your question. I was trying.
I have a question for Javier and another one for Katrine, and then maybe we can all break for lunch. For Javier, I was interested in the note that you showed in the manuscript that said the collections of the possible patron were divided between his sons. And I wondered if you've been able to find any more of those manuscripts that belong to those collections and trace their later provenance as well. And then for Katrine, I'm very interested in the kind of position of the migrating Hebrew manuscripts and the role that they play in the economy of Hebrew manuscripts in Italy in the 15th century. And I just wondered, I mean, I have my own theories, but I'm interested to hear your opinion on why these manuscripts kind of continue to be collected alongside the commissioning of new manuscripts in terms of patrons are buying old and also still commissioning new. And it's not as if they sort of lose their importance, because bills of sale, I mean, they're still sold for great sums of money. And so I just really wanted to hear your thoughts on kind of the continued importance they continue to play.
Well, concerning the ownership of the Bible, Well, this is the only Hebrew Bible in the Chesterville collection. There are other Hebrew manuscripts, but this is the only biblical codex, let's say. So there are no other Hebrew manuscripts in the Chesterville canon, that had belonged to the same family of Italian Jews. But I haven't done any research on that, but I'm sure that if I look for, if I study some Italian manuscripts produced in the 15th century, or Sephardi or Ashkenazi manuscripts that went through Italy in the 15th century, there might be something. This is something that has to be done yet.
Yeah, about the economic implications. Well, you probably worked more on this than I do or did, but they were very expensive items, and they were sometimes also treasured in the family. And I'm sure you're familiar with the Golden Haggadah in the Gallico family, which and of course this was a precious piece because it was so artistic and so much gold, and it must have been enormous. So it must have been whoever received this as a gift or had the money to buy it was just an asset. What is interesting in that respect, in order to get probably a bigger picture, I studied the book lists, the Inquisition book lists in Mantua, and there are two sets of book lists, one from 1596, about 400, there were 480 lists altogether. There were a few less that belonged to private people, so about 450. And then there was another set in 1605, approximately the same amount. And so you have, this wonderful full list of book collections, most of them, of course, printed material because this is late 16th century and early 17th century, but there's quite a bunch of manuscripts in several collections, and they would say they were very organized bibliographical lists of the ones that we expect from students. Actually, it was this and that title, Venice so-and-so, and Mantua so-and-so. And then they would say Ktav Yad. And then occasionally, but not always, it's Shavul, which is probably the binding was broken, or not bound, but sometimes they would say nothing, then it probably meant that it's in a good condition. And it's quite interesting that quite a lot of these collections, and not only the big ones, the rabbinic ones, the very elite ones, kept still manuscripts as late as and maybe you can make sense of those because from your economic interest, just really count how many. I counted the Haggadot obviously because I was busy myself with that book, but and that was interesting how many people in Mantua actually kept Haggadot, and there's a whole bunch of people who kept, for example, only a manuscript Haggadah, and then they say it's broken, but they didn't bother to buy a printed one, for example. Why? You tell me.
All right, well, we are just about out of time, so we can end this session here and break for lunch. Thank you again so much to all three of our speakers for your wonderful papers.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the second session today, titled Making and Remaking. My name is Allison Boroff, and I'm a graduate student at Case Western Reserve University, and I'm joined today by my colleague, Sarah Frisbee, who will be facilitating the Q&A session after each of the three speakers have presented. The focus in this session will incorporate not only further discussions of the long lives of books and their bindings, but also the afterlives of medieval ritual objects, like silver Torah ornaments. These objects present a new set of issues regarding the use, provenance, conservation, and display of works of art originally intended for specifically Jewish religious practices. I will introduce each speaker before their presentation and will leave all questions for the end. Our first speaker is Leora Jacobi, presenting his paper, Bound in Catalonia, Jewish Bookbindings Produced for Christians as Historical Witnesses. Leora Jacobi is a researcher of medieval art and rabbinic literature. A senior lecturer at Bar Ilan University, he also serves us as an editor of the Department of Jewish Art's academic journal, Ars Judaica. Jacobi has published and lectured widely around the world, from America to Abu Dhabi, on topics such as medieval falconry, the Jewish bookbinding craft in medieval Catalonia, and Hebrew manuscript fragments extracted from these bindings. Previously, Leora was a Humboldt Stiftung postdoctoral fellow at JGU Mainz. Please join me in welcoming Leora Jacobi.
Thanks, everybody. I'm used to speaking at the end of the day. They told me it's because that's when everybody's tired and they need some comedic uplift in order to keep everyone's attention. But so it's a real privilege today to speak after lunch, after such a delicious lunch, and everybody's sated and happy, and so nobody will be throwing eggs or anything. So first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers. Laura Reed, yeah, Laura, if it's possible, yeah, Laura Reed for really going the extra mile with everything. Oseh ma'at, omer ma'at ve'oseh harbeh. We say in Hebrew, it's to say little and do a lot. That's definitely was my experience so far, and it's a tremendous pleasure to speak in front of my teachers. Many of my teachers here in the audience, and so it's a tremendous honor. I look forward to your feedback. So we have 20 minutes, yeah, 20 hours, 20. Okay, okay. So let's get right into it. So let's start with the biggest open secret, concealed secret I think there is about medieval Jewish art in Spain is Encuadernación Mudéjar, that this is the Mudéjar Jewish bookbinding. It's Jewish bookbinding. It's done by Jews. They call it Mudéjar, but it seems all to be done by Jews. How do we know this? We have a lot of different evidence, documentary evidence, and we'll discuss it as we go along. So, what kind of books are we dealing with? I developed this catechism. Islamic books in Christian Iberia are Jewish. What do I mean by this? This means Islamic books, I don't mean the content of the books, I mean the design of the books, the material content of the books. This Islamic design, what is it? It's a book made of paper, not parchment. The pages are paper. The binding has a flap, yeah, like you see here. And in the bindings are made of a paperboard made of old manuscripts. Yeah, this is Islamic type book. When you find this in Christian Iberia, you can you'd be positive that it was made by Jews, by Jewish bookbinders. One of the characteristics is the decoration that we find on the Encuadernación Mudéjar. So the scholars of Encuadernación already quite a long time, over 100 years ago, developed these three classification categories, and they're still accepted today. We have the Toledano, the Salmantino from Salamanca, and Catalan Aragonés. That's what I'm focused on, because I'm focused in Catalonia. So that's more of the type on the right. And just what I want to point out, there's a lot of variation. These are just some prototypes, but the border, the rectangular border around the sides, made of hierros, of irons on the Catalan Aragonés, that is going to be the most important constant for that category. Now, how are these things made? Can it play? Yeah. Okay. So in the Biblioteca Nacional de España in Madrid, they have in the restoration department, they have, these are the hierros. These are the stamps which are used by hand. They're stamped in order to make the decorations on the books. Now, most of the ones they have are not Mudéjar. They have mostly Renaissance. But in the 19th century, there was a sort of like retro Mudéjar to copy the medieval style, and so they have here a lot of the tools which are from the retro Mudéjar. here we see how it's done by hand in the Biblioteca Mudechar. The irons are heated, see, and stamped by hand onto the leather covers, which cover the paperboard. Let's move on. So, yeah, here we go. Okay, here is an example of a book binding in the Biblioteca de Catalunya. I think it is early 15th century. The square border gives away that we have the Modelo Catalan Arges, which would be expected in that region. They actually have a few. They have to have a few books with this type of binding. They have 3 different books with this type. But this volume is especially interesting. It's a Latin volume, but the bookbinders, in order to connect the quires in the right order, they numbered the quires in the lower corners, and the numbers are in Hebrew. So you can see that it's clearly a Jewish bookbinder, and the Hebrew numbers were the easiest for them to use. This is just another piece of evidence that shows that they have Jewish bookbinders, but also bringing it as for you an example of the Catalan Modelo. Just last week in Toledo, I was able to view this beautiful example of the Modo Toledano in the Toledo archive. Ironically, this is one of the few books which earlier scholars a century ago thought might be Jewish. They thought it might be Jewish because of the Star of David, the Magen David. So we now know that the Star of David in the Middle Ages didn't have any. It wasn't a Jewish symbol yet at the time. In the Middle Ages, it was just another geometrical symbol which was used by Jews, used by Muslims, representing a harmonious geometric pattern. So here we have an example of the Toledo model. Now here's another one. This is something that happened really recently. So I sent a note to Clara in the Archiu Diocesa de Barcelona that I'm coming to Barcelona, and I guess that jogged her memory. She sent me these fragments from the Archiu Historic Ciudad de Barcelona, and they had a tentative identification of Smag, Sefer Mitzvot Gadol. So I took a look at the fragments. I was able to identify the one on the right is Maimonides. It's Mishnah Torah. So I wrote back to them, and they already changed it on the website. They already changed the whole identification. And so I went and visited. I went and visited on Friday. Actually, Friday morning in Barcelona. I was there and I said, so these fragments, these history fragments. So well, what book did they come out of? So here you have what they have in the calendar. It says here it comes from an incunabula, late 15th century. So I said, well, what about the book binding? So what was it bound? What did it look like? The Hebrew manuscripts inside that makes think maybe it's going to be something interesting. And lo and behold, they pulled out. They rebound the book entirely with a new modern binding, but they kept the old binding. And this is the Modelo Salmantino. I can identify it even myself, even though I'm totally greenback with this and no experience at all. But that's clear Salmantino. And they say that this book likely it did not come from the region of Barcelona. Likely came from. There are many books from Italy, from around Spain, from France. So here we have a beautiful example of the Salmantino, which is brand new. Now all of these are Jewish. All these book bindings of all these models that we're seeing here. And the experts of Encoordinación, they even have another name for the Islamic model of bookbinding. They call it Morisco. So here we have an example. I believe it's late 14th century or early 15th century, and they're also using the piel gofrada, the technique of embossing with the irons, but the designs are different. The the design model is different. The internal construction of the book is slightly different. So this would be an Islamic book. We have no records at all of Christian books being bound by Muslims in Spain. There are no documentary records at all. We have tons and tons of documentary records of them employing Jews. Oh, here's another example of a sort of Morisco. This is much later. This is 16th century. I pulled this up because someone here is studying this type of period today. And in this particular volume, in the Biblioteca Nacional de España, they have Hebrew fragments within, and I was able to identify quite easily that it's Rashi's commentary to the Torah, to the Chumash, and sent it to them. I don't know if anyone else has studied it, but these things pop up. Okay, now I want to go back to something chronologically, how I got into this study. I got into this with studying Hebrew manuscript fragments extracted from book bindings in Girona, or Gerona, depending how you pronounce it, if you're Catalan or Castellano. So here was a volume that I found in the Archivo Municipal de Girona, and you have a nice drawing in the middle of the heraldry for the city of Girona, which is very common in their notarial books. And I noticed that there is some kind of pattern, there's some kind of bands, there's some kind of pattern around the margins there. It's very difficult to see, even with the naked eye, even holding in front of your face. It's very difficult to see. But with some creative chiaroscuro photography there, boom, everything comes to life. And you can see what we're dealing with here. These notarial books have, for the most part, suffered greatly from pressure and friction over centuries. But when they were originally made, wow, these were incredible creations. They were very popular. Thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands were produced around Spain, various regions. And these were like Gucci products. If you want, this was the high quality. There's also lots of much cheaper book bindings that you find, very like Pergamino Documental, just a piece of parchment, folded up, slapped on there. That you have a lot of books like that must have been made very cheap, but and probably Jews were involved in that too. But that I don't know. But the construction, this type of book, the Islamic type of book, a Jewish product. So the types of the irons have been studied by scholars in Madrid and classified: círculos espados, esas inclinadas, lazos simples, redondeados. This is one of the most common ones. We see this one a lot in the Mudéjar art. This type of iron. It's all over the place. Do we have here also a video? Yeah. Here, this is me with Carlos Vera of the Biblioteca Nacional de España, and here he is showing a demonstration of using that exact iron. One reason why it's popular is because you can use it to make like chain patterns or all kinds of, like you can use it like diagonally and make all kinds of interesting patterns, interesting geometrical patterns with just this one iron that is very popular. Okay, so yeah, so this is a demonstration of how it's done, how it was originally done in the Middle Ages. It's the same process, but so this tradition is kept alive. Okay. Next. Okay, so back to Girona. Here's another volume from the same collection, from the Archivo Municipal. And look at this one. Here we have the heraldry was made by the bookbinder originally with the embossed, with the irons, with the heroes, the heraldic signs. We can zoom in to this design. So this design jogged my memory with something. Here we see again, here esas inclinadas, similar irons. Here. So on the far left, we have a book over 100 years ago, early Spanish book bindings. I said, wow, that looks like it's so similar. look at that. The borders, the heraldry, the heraldry signs in the middle, these things are so similar. Then in the center, it's the same as the book on the left. This is just a photograph I made Friday, actually, from, I'm trying to duplicate that chiaroscuro photography with the light on the side, but I'm not really a professional photographer. That was the best I could do. So I got to thinking, these are so similar, how could it be? But the Girona bookbinders are early 15th century. The Barcelona are sort of mid-late, late 14th century. It's quite a bit of, there's quite a time gap between them, but we have their adjacent locations, Barcelona, Girona. It's kind of like Jerusalem, Tel Aviv. So who could it be? Now, another aspect of my research is documentary evidence. Records of purchases of book bindings from book bindings. And the purchasers are the church and the municipality. Those are the two purchasers. So here we have archive. AC is Archivo Capitular. AM is Archivo Municipal. And about half of these had been published or mentioned by scholarship, and the other half I was able to gather through the notarial books, first by starting with what had already been found, and then trying to find the same thing. And I hit a mother lode in the Archivo Capitular. So all the early ACs until the 15th century, those are pretty much coming from me. Then, so the period where we have the embossed covers, here I have a few of the bookbinders. These records with the bookbinders are very useful. They have an exact date, the name of the bookbinder, the amount of money that was paid, and a description of the purchase of what was made. So the description can often just be notarial books, or there's a lot of church sacred books, Christian sacred books that are, and sometimes they have very detailed descriptions of exactly which decorations were involved, and it seems like the notary had to justify the purchase, justify the sum with the description. So who could it be that is, who could it be who's doing this? So I put embossed covers with a question mark on at that time period. And we go back to Barcelona. So at an earlier part in Barcelona, we have both records. We have records of book bindings from the early 14th century. This is the first notarial book bindings I was able to find, actually physically, is from this period, 1345. And at this period, we have a bookbinder called Yitzchak David, has a lot of records of purchases. So I put a question mark that this could be, very likely could be his product. He's involved, if it's him or another bookbinder, he's involving smaller irons, and there's more intricate designs. The borders less emphasized, and we don't find the heraldry in the center. Here's another book from the same period, from the Archivo Corona de Aragon. Here's the other side of the book. So you see these characteristics. Here's another one that's very damaged, but we see a little part where we can see the small irons. Then, later in the second half of the 14th century, we begin to find the model that we see later in Girona, this one. This is the same book that we saw before. Large irons, emphasis on the border, the rectangular border, doubled borders, heraldry in the center. And here we have the bookbinder that is most attested to in Barcelona, Mahir Salmo. Mahir is Meir, yeah? Also called Meir, Mahir, Meir. I was able to find even earlier model than the earliest records that we have, going back, so this would go to 1356 if it's him. Here's another one from 1356. Here's a record of him from the same archive that he was a purchase of books, of notarial books by the same bookbinder. Now, we'll jump back to Girona. This is where I will close. Yeah. this is the last record of bookbinding that we have in Girona, and it's one of the most incredible records. It says that I pay Master Mai to bind the psaltery which is said on Sunday in the choir, which had already bound Master Yakme, who went mad while he had the psaltery, and after having bound it, he passed the knife and unbound it. And I made it be bound again by the said Master Mai, and had already borrowed the money for the same Master Yakme since he suffered a great need. So what's going on here is that they're paying twice for the one book binding, and the notary has to justify this expense, and this is the explanation that is given. Now almost all the records, they mention that the bookbinder is a Jew. And here, the Catalonian medieval scholars, they're sure that this is Meir, that there's no other possibility, and Yakme is for sure not Jewish. Now, this is the time of the Tortosa dispute, so it could be that the Jewish, the label Jew as the bookbinder here was hidden because of the Tortosa dispute, because of tensions there, that they were not supposed to hire Jews for certain religious jobs in the church. And but another possibility is just here that they just wanted to emphasize that he was a master bookbinder. Now, this could be Mahir Salomo from Barcelona. It very well could be the same individual who, after the destruction of the Barcelona community in 1391, made his way to Girona, where the community survived until the final expulsion, and he continued his work as a bookbinder in Girona for just a few years, producing this same type of book. Until around this time, when likely he was a very old man at the time. In fact, it's called Master Mai, likely indicates that he was old. In that case, he would have been active a little over 50 years as a bookbinder, certainly possible. And that interesting, it would tell us that this bookbinder, that he did not become a converso at the time of 1391. It said he went to Girona to be part of the Jewish community. Now, there are other possibilities. I'm not saying this is the only historical possibility. It could be another bookbinder from Barcelona who made it to Girona. But this model that we saw is not attested before, and it's not attested after. So there's something to this explanation. Also, much more work needs to be done. We have similar type of binding in Saragossa, but which also might have come from Barcelona. And I have some other volumes which I was able, to a certain degree of certainty, to connect with the Jewish bookbinder in the records. Here's an early one. This is later, mid 15th century. Yitzhak Maimon. He bound the most famous medieval manuscript in Girona of the notarial books, called the Libra Verde, the Green Book. And this is also a green book, but it's not the green book, which is, and here's another one that he made. And with that, I'll wrap it up. Okay.
Thank you, Lior. Our next speaker is Hila Manor, presenting her paper, The Long Lives of the Oldest Pair of Torah Finials. Hila Manor is a PhD candidate in the Department of Art History at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. She's a fellow at the Mandel School for Advanced Studies in the Humanities and a recipient of the Council for Higher Education of Israel Scholarship. Her dissertation, supervised by Professor Sarit Shalev Ani, examines the phenomenon of microarchitectural objects in late medieval Europe, focusing on the dynamics involved between different religious and social groups. In addition to her academic work, Hila serves as a curator in the Jewish Art and Life Wing at the Israel Museum. Please join me in welcoming Hila Manor.
So, Following the history of Jewish objects is rarely a straightforward task. Seemingly, the lives of these objects were no more ordinary than the lives of their owners, who, during the Middle Ages and later throughout the centuries, experienced recurring decrees, expulsions, and pogroms. However complex, uncovering Jewish object biographies is also extremely rewarding, as a gathering like this demonstrates, and this is an opportunity to thank Reed and Laura for this wonderful conference. Some objects assist their researchers more than others, displaying Hebrew inscriptions or leaving a trace of documents that testify their Jewish identity. Such is the case of a pair of Torah finials commissioned by the Jewish community of Camerata, a small town in Sicily. As part of the repercussions of the Spanish expulsion, they were confiscated by the local authorities and, through a network of traders and church officials, traveled to Palma de Mallorca, where they were partly refashioned, then integrated into the local liturgy. As the earliest preserved pair of rimonim known today, the Camerata finials hold great significance not only as fragments of a glorious Sephardi material cultural tradition, but also in the context of Jewish heritage at large. Yet, it is this very status that may have prevented research from uncovering their greater story, including the many use they served in a non-Jewish context. Therefore, this paper will focus on the less known episode of the finials' lives, their performance in the cathedral as liturgical objects. But before we arrive at Palma, a short introduction to the Camerata Torah finials and their journey is in order. This pair of objects is the Camerata Torah finials, or rimonim, as they are traditionally called in Hebrew. They are ceremonial objects that aestheticize the performance of religious duties and glorify the liturgy. The Torah finials were set atop the two rods around which the Torah scroll was wound, adorning the Torah covered by a mantle or a case. The Hebrew designation of rimonim, that is Hebrew for pomegranates, is probably due to their original round shape, similar to that of a fruit, which prevented the rods from disappearing into the scroll. The Camerata rimonim were designed as two delicate silver towers held by thin staffs. As one can quickly recognize, their entire surface is highly ornate, either chased or crafted with engraving and filigree techniques in spirals, zigzags, and foliage. We can also identify distinct architectonic details, such as the blind horseshoe arches adorning each side, and the round corner towers carrying little round bells. One of the finials' most impressive features, and thanks to which they were identified as Jewish objects, are the inscriptions they display, which are divided into two. One part is engraved on the rings circling the staffs, which form a complete sentence disclosing their patron, that is, the community or synagogue of Camerata. The rest of the inscriptions are less coherent. They were hammered on small plaques, one word on each, and fastened onto each side of the finial's surface. In the present arrangements, the plaques don't form a logical combination, but if we reset, then we receive a text based on Psalm 19 of the Hebrew Bible, with additions concerning the commission. We could imagine how the original composition might have looked like when 6 of the finial sides were covered with pairs of two words, one plaque with a synonym for the Torah, and one anagram plaque, so they refer to Psalm 19. In this way, each of these two-word combinations form a phrase equivalent to the Lord's law, meaning the Torah. For Jewish worshippers, these brief phrases, recited as part of the Sabbath morning service, would have prompted an immediate association between Psalm 19 and the Torah scrolls. Thus, it is not surprising to discover it in many other ceremonial objects for the synagogue. The plaque's current locations probably indicate that they were removed at a certain point and not returned to their original setting. This is evident, for example, by the presence of 5 plaques displaying the anagram of the Lord's name, that is the letter Yod repeated 3 times. So 5 of these plaques were placed on one finial. It is likely that whoever removed the plaques saw these details as entirely ornamental. Another factor, the use of 2 different types of nails, one of them much larger than the other, and doesn't fit well with in the plaque's composition, also suggests a change in the plaque's arrangement at a later point in time. When deciphering the finials' inscriptions as part of their monumental study published in 1956, researchers Cantera and Lias noted that the inscriptions on the finials mentioned the Sicilian community of Camerata, suggesting this island was Sicily as a plausible place of manufacture. This attribution to Jewish owners living in Sicily also provides a terminus ad quem for dating the finials' production, since Jewish presence in Sicily lasted only until January 1493. The limonim are generally considered the product of 15th century Sicilian goldsmiths. The limonim, however, did not get to serve in the Camerata synagogue for long. On the 18th of June, 1492, the Edict of the Catholic Monarchs was announced in Sicily, ordering the wholesale expulsion of the Jews, the sole exceptions being those who agreed to convert. The agony of the community of Camerata during the months before the expulsion seems to have been especially grave. While carrying out the royal command to list Jewish possessions, the local bondsmen subjected the small community to extreme force. They were confined to their dwelling for 6 days, tortured and robbed. That 6 Jews from Camerata chose to be baptized as Christians at that time testify to the radical tensions that transpired. After these events, the Camerata Jews were escorted to Messina, then to Palermo, from where they finally embarked, and their property was handed over to the royal treasurer. Whether the finials' journey was the same as their communities is unknown. The harsh stipulations according to which Jews left the island attest that they could not take the finials with them, as even requests to carry the sacred Torah scroll were denied. It can only be assumed that the finials were kept in Sicily for a few months, perhaps under the supervision of the royal treasurer, as in the case of the rest of synagogue furnishings. It is known, however, that less than 6 months after the events in Camerata, the finials are mentioned in the documents of the Cathedral of Palma de Mallorca. According to the sacristy documents, the limonim were passed among at least 2 individuals before being brought to the cathedral. Joan Ruiz, the custodian of the cathedral sacristy, paid 22 gold ducats to a certain Anthony Serra, who, in turn, acquired them from Mr. Frances de Switch. This transaction took place on the 8th of June 1493 in the presence of the Archdeacon of Palma, the Dean, and, quote, many other canons, end quote. The notable crowds that suggest the arrival of the limonim and their acceptance in the cathedral was a significant event. Part of this event's gravity might have related to the limonim's Jewish Sicilian origin, which was well known to the ecclesiastics who received them. One document from the cathedral archive addresses the finials that were accepted on June 8th and states that they were, quote, bought in Sicily from the Jews who were fleeing or leaving, end quote. These details, however, were forgotten over time. 3 years later, in June 1496, another transaction was made. This time it was between the sacristy and a goldsmith named Solby, who was asked to produce new silver staffs for the finials, those we see today. We can notice how these staffs differ from the finials in style and technique, adding another layer to their overall material and stylistic complexity. After this modification, the limonim, which in the Palma documents are called bourdons, were ready to join the cathedral's liturgy. What was their part in the liturgy is disclosed by the material changes formed, as well as by the cathedral's ordinal manuscript of 1511, which specifies the cathedral's divine office. The former monim can be identified in the ordinal as the bourdons de cascaouels, meaning bourdons with rattles, most likely alluding to their little dangling bells. At the end of the 15th century, the Cathedral of Parma possessed 4 other types of bourdons. In the ordinal, we read of bourdons made of wood, crystal, and silver, of which 2 are designed as towers. This source discloses that This source discloses that they used to be no less than 20 bourdons, demonstrating this object's popularity during the 15th century. The other pairs in Palma were probably not very different from the bourdons in the Barcelona Cathedral, which are also made of silver, shaped in architectural design. This detail may be one of the factors behind the acquisition of the monim. And see how similar their staffs are. This really struck me when I first saw it. According to the ordinal, the bourdons de cascaouels appear only at specific feasts, significant for the Catholic Church in general and the Ecclesia of Palma in particular. They were included in the liturgy of Easter's second Vespers, where they were carried by canons on their way to the choir. An English visitor who participated in Easter's liturgy in the 19th century stated that, quote, "Canons with long silver staves are perpetually passing and repassing from the choir to the sanctuary, carrying out an exceptionally elaborate ceremonial," end quote. This testimony highlights the liturgy's preservation throughout hundreds of years and the centrality of the liturgical props as perceived by the worshippers. The liturgy of the first Vespers of Ascension included 3 pairs of bourdons, with the bourdons de cascaouels serving the canons reciting the responsory of the first psalm. Then, a group of canons entered the choir from the sacristy, carrying 4 censers to recite the Magnificat. This canticle, based on the words of Mary to Elizabeth at the hour of the visitation, has been chanted during Vespers of the Western Church since the early Middle Ages. On principal feast days, the antiphon at the Magnificat was repeated 3 times, or at least until all those present were entirely surrounded by incense. As a result of this prolongation, the audience became fully immersed in incense, which was, according to medieval liturgists, quote, "the odor of the perfume of the Blessed Virgin," and through the repetitive chanting of her canticle, entering with her into the joy of our Lord. End quote. One can picture these solemn moments with Mary's exalting words chanted by the canons holding the jingling fingers, while they and the audience are surrounded by the ascending clouds of the Virgin's perfume. It would not be surprising, then, to find the bourdons de cascaouels used primarily in feasts honoring Mary, the patron of Majorca. On the feast day of Mary's Assumption, they appear again during the first and second Vespers, carried by the canons who recite the Responsory and Magnificat. This and more, they were chosen to be used in another significant feast in the liturgical year of the Palma Cathedral, that is the Feast of the Immaculate Conception of the Mother of God. Perhaps because of the novelty of this feast, in the Catholic calendar, the description of the different offices in the ordinary was preceded by a more general introduction, specifying some of the actions performed, objects used, and text recited during that day. The bourdons de cascaouels appear in this introductory text, with a similar role during Vespers as in the previously mentioned feasts. Only this time, with a demand that it will be celebrated, quote, "with all possible solemnity," end quote. The bourdons de cascaouels, therefore, were perceived by the creators of the liturgy as props contributing to the solemnity of the feast, adding visual gravitas, but also, to no lesser degree, oral. The Rimonim continued to serve in the cathedral's liturgy well into the 19th century, and even participated in one of Palma's most impressive ceremonies. This ceremony is documented in a painting from 1855, depicting the celebration of the dogma of Mary the Immaculate. It presents the eastern part of the cathedral, which is decorated and illuminated by numerous candelabra. A monumental figure of Mary is situated above the high altar, surrounded by priests and canons, and a great crowd who kneels in awe. Participating in this magnificent celebration are at least 6 silver bourdons, carried by the canons dressed in golden robes, and, among them, most likely, the Camerata Rimonim. According to the inscription located at the lower part of the painting, the moment represented is that of a litany, which consists of a series of petitions voiced by the cantors, to which the congregation answers with fixed responses, such as "Pray for us" and "Lord have mercy." In the litany, similarly to the responsory, the canons lay down their staffs in timed intervals and knock them on the floor, thus emphasizing specific points and generating tempo for the prayer. With the right choreography, the ringing Rimonim could contribute to the harmonious chanting and enhance it. Therefore, when integrated into the petitions and responses of the litany, they added another oral element to the sound echoing inside the cathedral. We could imagine how, in the dim setting of the cathedral liturgy, the past of the Rimonim bourdons, as well as their engraved inscriptions, disappear within the clouds of incense and flickering candlelight in favor of a new role. Their origin and history were forgotten, still fortunately rediscovered in the middle of the 20th century. Although they performed as an integral part of the liturgy for more than 400 years, the figures are no longer used during the divine hours. Instead, they are displayed in the Museum of Sacred Art of Majorca, located just a few steps from the cathedral sanctuary. Clearly one of the museum's highlights, they stand in the first hall, in front of a mullioned window corresponding to those displayed in miniature on the objects themselves. The label clearly states that these are Rimonim from the synagogue of Camerata, and so emphasizing their initial function. It may be argued, though, that the Rimonim, for the most of their lives, weren't Rimonim at all. Their ability to immerse so fully within the liturgy of the Palma Cathedral indicates, in a very material and substantial way, in my opinion, a proximity that manifests itself in a shared visual language. In this regard, there is no doubt that the figure's architectonic design, while stemming from diverse artistic traditions, played a key part in their ability to act as valuable props both in the synagogue and cathedral. The figures, in their present state, with their geographical migrations and physical manipulations, serve as material testimonies to the multiple cultures and societies that inhabited the Mediterranean, their relationships, tensions, and artistic preferences. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Roni Cohen, presenting his paper, Manuscripts, Gamblers, and Medieval Hebrew Hits. Dr. Roni Cohen is a Minerva postdoctoral fellow at Goethe University. His book titled Carnival and Canon, Medieval Parodies for Purim is soon to be published via Magnus Press. Roni's research focuses on European Jewish popular culture in the late Middle Ages and early modern period, as well as the relationships between textual pieces and communities. In his current project, In Search of the Early Modern Earworm, Roni maps and analyzes short textual pieces that were added by scribes and book owners in the margins of late medieval and early modern Jewish manuscripts. Please join me in welcoming Roni Cohen.
Hi everyone.
First of all, I would like to thank again Laura and Reed for organizing this conference and also letting me join, although I'm not an art historian and I deal mostly with text. So I apologize that maybe the presentation would be less better looking, but yes, so I think that at this time of the day we already know that manuscripts are complicated artifacts, and any codex or any kind of manuscripts include many kinds of hands and people that are being involved in different ways. And we talked about marginalia, about commentaries made and glosses that were added, also information about the owners of different kinds of manuscripts. But usually when we're looking at manuscripts, we will find other kinds of materials that many times had nothing to do with the text that existing in the center of the codices or of the manuscripts, and also don't give us any kind of historical information about when or where these texts were consumed, created, and so on. And we have a lot of examples. This is just one example from a manuscript I'm currently working on another context. This is the main scribe of most of these Provençal manuscripts, and here we see editions that were made by one of the book owners, probably a little bit later, of some rhymes and songs that were put on a blank page. Most of the manuscript is containing philosophical text and so on. So we have a lot of editions like that, and of course I know that most of you know that in many manuscripts we will find things that are a little bit more complicated, right? We have things like that. Yeah, I'm not an art historian, but my favorite one I think is the surfing cowboy here. I think so, yeah. I'm not an expert, but I think this is 17th century, this is probably 16th century, but we have a lot of pages like that. And for me, I mean, the cowboys are cool, but the texts are more interesting, because now here we don't have a lot of things that are peculiar or something like that. Here we have quotations from Psalms. Here we will find 7 times the same quotation from Exodus, as well as other things that are being stolen from Italian Briefsteller and so on. But it's clear that for these people, it was not important to put this specific quote from Psalms on paper in order to be preserved, right? They already know it, and they put it on paper for other reasons. And they put it on paper, one of the main reasons was because they already knew it, and therefore they could pull it out of their mind. And this what leads me to the fact that when we're thinking about these materials, there is a potential to understand a little bit more what kind of textual materials existed in people's mind, in different communities' mind. Or in other words, what were the early modern earworms of different Jewish communities? What were the Copacabana or the jingle bells of different communities? So today I would like to tell you the story of one specific earworm like that, one specific 15th, 16th century Copacabana. And the text that we're going to talk about is a song called "Hamesachek Bekubiya," The Gambler. Now, this specific poem is pretty popular in medieval materials. It's still being performed today in Iraqi Jewish communities during Purim. But what I think the most interesting thing about it is the fact that although we have it in many versions and it's still being performed today, most of the time the text does not appear in specific anthologies of poetry, diwans, or so on. It appears mostly in blank pages of manuscripts. So first of all, let us try and read the poem. Now the poem is very short, it's in Hebrew. I have a poor English translation that you can follow, but it's important for us to really listen to the rhymes as I will poorly read it. So I apologize for the Hebrew for the 1 minute, but I think it will be okay. So, משחק בקובייה, מכתו טריה, ואחריתו שהייה, מקולל בשערים. יפזר ממונו, יוסיף על עוונו, מורד בקונו בשבועת שקרים, יחשוב כי ירוויח, לעולם לא יצליח, ימיו לא יפריח כי הם מרורים, ישיבו הדקה, בשבר ובמכה, בפסח ובסוכה יבקש הפורים,
יאכל בחיפזון בלא ברכת מזון, בעוד ימצא רזון כעינוי כיפורים, ילך מעיר לעיר, מקומו לא יכיר, והוא עני וצעיר מדלג על הערים, ראשו פרוע, בגדו קרוע, כי רוע ירוע הוא ואחרים, וכל אנשי ביתו יהיו שונאים אותו ומצפים יום מותו בשמחה ובשירים. Okay, so this is the poem, and I think as most of you were able to find out, it's actually a song about a gambler, and in this context, he's a bad gambler, right? He loses all of his money, he never prays in time because he's always thinking about the next game, and at the end, it mentions that all of his family and friends hate him and just waiting for his death in anticipation. So this is the poem. Now, we don't know where and when this poem was written. Because this poem has not something to do with games and gambling, it was attributed to the known commentator and poet Avraham ibn Ezra, because almost all the chess and gambling poems that we have were attributed to him. It's important to mention, though, that it doesn't exist in the Cairo Gniza, and as far as I was able to tell, and all the evidence that we have of this poem are in European manuscripts starting from the late 14th century and so on. Now, there is some discussion about who wrote this text. So I mentioned Ibn Ezra, Leon Modena, one of the most important 16th century and 17th century Jewish Italian figures, who was also a gambler, wrote when he was 13 a dialogue about the pros and cons of gambling, and in the dialogue we have the character that is pro-gambling, gives this is the text called Sur Mira. So the pro-gambling character, the anti-gambling character brings the poem, and then the pro-gambling character says, oh, I know this poem. People said that it was Ibn Ezra wrote it. Other people said that Radak wrote it, another biblical commentator. I say it's a BS, and then he brings a parody on this poem, the same poem, but about how fun and important it is to gamble. Now, the poem was first printed in this book, Malach Shvilei Dat. It's a grammatical treatise that was first printed in 1563, and after the grammatical treatise ends, there are some a few pages left in the codex, so we have other materials that are being printed. We have another short grammatical piece, and then we have a story about Avraham ibn Ezra as a wizard, and here we have a magic spell attributed to Avraham ibn Ezra, and then our poem with another additional verse in the end. So here we can see again that in the 17th century, at least, there is a connection between Avraham ibn Ezra and this poem. For us, it's not important, because in all of the materials that we will see from now on, the scribes just don't care, the scribbler don't care who wrote this poem. So now I'm going to show to you the three of the first evidence that we have of this poem in manuscripts, and we will start from the more organized one to the messier ones, and we'll try to understand how this poem was being used. So the first manuscript that we're going to see, it's this one. It's an Italian manuscript. We have at the first page a lot of different hands. This is a hand of a censor, but here we have an ownership statement, and we know that this manuscript was bought in Reish Ein Gimel in 1413. In Italy, we also know that the owner, the one that bought this manuscript that includes commentary on the Bible, on the Torah, and also other materials, named Vekaniti something Daniel Zichrono Livracha, so someone the son of Daniel. We don't know here what is the name of the owner, but luckily he likes to add his name in other pages, so we know that he was Immanuel ben Daniel. Now, I just need to tell you that 2 years ago, I was in Columbia University. I was invited for a conference about the famous Italian Jewish poet Immanuel of Rome, and they showed us different rare books that had something to do with Daniel, and they showed us a prayer book, a machzor from Italy, that one of the researchers there said that it has materials that were written by Emmanuel of Rome. But luckily, sorry, this is another page from Auda, but luckily, this is the Mahzor. Luckily, I found out that it's the same Emmanuel. So the Emmanuel that was owner of the manuscript that I showed you from Hamburg owned this manuscript as well, and he liked to add his name and some other materials. Now, besides his name, our Emmanuel really liked to add short textual pieces. So in one of the pages in the Hamburg manuscript, we see a few paragraphs. So this one, for example, is just a paragraph with important dates, important historical dates. Then we have, on a page later, we have this paragraph that is actually some kind of a fable, a translation of a Sufi text about the different kinds of qualities that human beings have, that animals have as well. On the same page, we also have this table of different kinds of fruits being written in Hebrew and in Judeo-Italian, sorted by the different uses of the fruits, what fruits we eat with the shell, what fruits we eat without the shell, and so on. And on the same page, we also have our gambling poem, or anti-gambling poem. What is the connection between all of these texts on this page? I don't know what is the connection, but I would say that they are not Kabbalistic materials, mystical materials, like most of the materials that exist in this manuscript. And I would call this page some kind of an ad hoc anthology, right? We have a book owner, he wants to put things on paper, this is what he has left. And this is more or less organized, and I said the first manuscript is pretty organized. So now let us move to the second manuscript that we're going to see. It's this one, 15th or 16th century, and it contains mostly different kinds of calendric materials, astronomical materials, mathematic materials. It was made by different hands. Here you say hands as well, sorry about the pun. But one of the blank pages in this manuscript contains our poem, our gambling poem. But I think it's really cool that this poem here was added not by one scribbler, but by two different scribblers. So the first scribbler added a poem, and we can see also these drawings here. Now, I don't know what they exactly are, but we know that another scribbler thinks that they are fingers because they added the words etzbaot alokot. Okay, but this is the poem. And by the way, the same scribbler also added these are just openings of different riddles that we know. But we have another hand that maybe, I don't know, saw this was already exist there, or I don't know what exactly is the connection, but they decided just to add some random lines from this poem, like משחק בקובייה מכתות ריאה. But this specific hand didn't do it only here, but all over the manuscript. So this is from another page, יאכל בחיפזון בלא ברכת מזון, משחק בקובייה מכתות ריאה, משחק בקובייה מכתות ריאה. So up until now, we saw three examples of the use of the same poem in different manuscripts. And I didn't say anything about the wording, right? And I'm supposed to work with text, right? I'm supposed to be doing some kind of philology or something like that, but I didn't mention anything about the wording because as far as we can tell, there aren't a lot of major changes here. But the last example that I would like to show you contains one, I think, very cool kind of change in the wording of the text. And this is the last manuscript. I'm sorry about the quality. So basically, it's a codex. It's mostly a Sephardi codex, late 14th century, 15th century, as far as I was able to learn and tell. And it contains a copy of Torat Habayit HaKatzar, one of the most important Sephardi halachic books by the Rashba. And on the last pages, we have all these kinds of additional materials. We can see here different styles of writing, and also our poem here. Now, the poem, the gambling poem here, appears more or less the same. It starts the same, המשחק בקובייה מכתות ריאה, but then we have some kind of an interesting change. If you remember, the poem about the bad gambler is all being presented in a third-person speaker, right? we're talking about the bad gambler and his destiny at the end and so on. And here it starts the same. המשחק בקובייה, מכתו טריה, it's third person. But then, on the third line, suddenly the poem shifts into first person speaker. ראשי פרוע, בגדי קרוע, yes, I have a Torah clothes and so on. And of course that in this version we also end with the declaration וכל אנשי ביתי שונאים יהיו אותי ויחגגו יום אותי בשמחה ובשירים. Yes, and everyone will hate me and celebrate my and waiting for my death in anticipation, which is very dramatic, I think, and very emo. Now, I don't know exactly what is the reason for this kind of change, but I would say, maybe as a bad historian, that here we can almost imagine the experience of kind of a scribbler when they had this poem in mind, and maybe a day before that they lost some money in a poker game or something like that, I don't know, playing dice, and suddenly their own experiences finding themselves on the margins of a certain manuscript. So, yes, so let us conclude. So, what I try to show you here is it's not exactly a history, but the evidence that we have of a transmission of one specific medieval poem. Right? In that case, we're talking about a gambling poem, but we have other cases of different kinds of poems and materials as well. And this poem does not appear in different anthologies, in different anthologies of poetry that we have. It doesn't appear with any kind of explanation or introduction why it was put on paper, but still it's being used in different uses. And of course we have a lot of poetry anthologies in the Middle Ages and in the early modern period in Jewish context. Yes, we have the nuance, the big anthologies of materials that were attributed or created by different authors. We also have these eclectic anthologies. This is, for example, from Italy. It's just in the middle of a manuscript. We have suddenly 10 pages of poetry, and we have an explanation. חרוזים מצאתי מושלכים בבית וכתבם הנה. I found all these poems in my house somewhere and I collected them and gathered them. In our case, we don't have any kind of explanation. And it seems that our poem was put on paper by most of the scribblers that I show here, not in order to be preserved. For these scribblers, this poem was not important because they wanted to transmit it and reread it. It was important to add to a certain manuscript because all of them, or most of them, already knew it by heart, and therefore it was very easy for them to pull it out of their memory in order to be used for different kinds of things, right? Maybe to be scattered around the manuscript in order to test the ink or just practice different kinds of writing. Just to fill in blank pages, and in some point maybe also to tell the experience of one unlucky medieval scribe. So thank you so much.
Thank you all so very much. If we could have our three speakers come up for questions. My name is Sarah Frisbee. I'm from Case Western Reserve University. I'm going to lead the Q&A session.
I have a question for Roni. You can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, fabulous. So this is fascinating. Thank you. This poem exists as the scribbles made for testing the ink, made for filling the empty space by hand, and then it appears also in printed books, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So where it also fills various spaces. So there seems to be a qualitative difference between somebody holding a book and going, I'm going to test this ink. Or, God, this is in my head and I really just want to get it out. Or, let me try this kind of handwriting. And giving it some thought and putting it and printing the book. It's a different technology, right? And it's a different frame of reference. It's a different frame of reading and production. So I was wondering if you could address that. It doesn't seem as haphazard when it's in print. And I also wonder, you mentioned that this is being now read at Purim in Jewish Iraqi communities, correct? when did it become this almost, quasi, liturgical, but the official thing that gets read, a traditional thing that gets read from haphazard scribblings in it?
Thank you so much. So first of all, thank you for mentioning again the print, because I actually jumped to presentation. But you're absolutely right. The first time that this poem is being printed is also to fill in blank spaces, and then it's important the relationship between it's interesting the relationship between print culture, and manuscript culture. I would say, and I'm still thinking about it, I would say one thing. In the print case, it's clear that there is some kind of reflection about the author of the text, right? When in the manuscripts, they just don't care, or they just don't care to present it here. But in the print, there is a connection between the story about Abraham ibn Ezra, the wizard, and the gambling poem there. And I think that this one, this thing is very, very important, because there is a reflection there, and of course when something is being printed, there is also some kind of concept of preservation. And regarding the way that this text is being performed, so it has a melody, and I didn't mention it, but we have other manuscripts that also mention the melodies somehow, early manuscripts with Yiddish translations of this poem, also on the margins. But I would say that it's becoming more and more popular in the early modern period in the Ottoman Empire, in different communities, in a much longer version. So our version ends with like the waiting for his death. In the longer versions, we have 5 or 6 more verses about how the gambler behaves in different Jewish holidays. I think that this one becomes, but I would say that it's not a canonical piece. It's just like one of the pieces that you can perform during Purim next to many other pieces. So it's part of the repertoire. It's not canonical, but I think it's connected to the long history of this specific poem in the Ottoman Empire.
Thank you.
I didn't project. Hi, my question is for Hila. I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed how you discussed the oral element of the liturgy. That's something that's been on my mind a lot. I was curious about your thoughts on the contribution of the Rimoni to the visual elements of the liturgy. Because according to my studies, micro-architecture is relevant both in like Jewish and Christian context, right? I mean, we have the ark, but we also have the ark is relevant, across, and also the sacrament houses. And so I was just wondering about your thoughts on that.
On micro-architecture in general?
No, sorry, the Rimoni.
The Rimoni specifically.
The sort of the small houses, yes, and the way that would affect their reception of the liturgy.
Okay, so first of all, I think that micro-architecture as a visual element was so familiar by the 15th century that it was almost, I don't know,
Ubiquitous?
Required to design those, because the Rimonim and also, maybe in the church not so much, but in the synagogue these are sacred objects. I mean, they have contact, maybe not direct, maybe through the Atzei Chaim, the trees of lives, but as liturgical objects in the synagogue, they receive a certain sanctity. In the church, I don't think this is the case for the bordons or staves, but I think that they have a certain hierarchy. They are not at the top of this hierarchy in everything that's going on in the church or cathedral. There are elements, material elements, that are much more important and are much more in the focus of the liturgy, but I think they the rimonim as themselves, they add something else, because I haven't seen many Christian liturgical objects from the 15th century or from other periods with bells. I've seen amulets or additional crosses hanging on objects, but not bells that their entire aim is to, like, here it is, this is what I want to enhance now. And I think that you can see it in so this is maybe why they were chosen to perform in the liturgy for Mary, because she is the patron and of Palma and of the cathedral, so they are really chosen for her, for the Magnificat, to specify and enhance everything that is about her. This is what I think.
Thank you. Yes. Can I have a question for each of these wonderful speakers, but very short? Yes? Yeah, of course. Okay, of course. So for we have so few bindings on Hebrew books from the Middle Ages. You have so many from Girona on non-Jewish books. Do you have any evidence from Girona in particular of the Jews binding Jewish books? So that's my question. For Hila, it's just amazing, and I wanted to ask you whether there is any evidence of the awareness or commentaries of the Christians on the Hebrew inscriptions on the Rimonim. And for Ronnie, that's really great, and I'd like to ask you about the connection of this poem with the chess poems in the manuscripts. Do you have, I was just thinking about the Net manuscript, and do you have manuscripts in which the Netzachek Kubia and the chess poems are written together? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a great question. The answer is no. Girona, I have no examples of Jewish books bound. We have very, very few examples of Hebrew manuscripts with their original bindings at all. I was just last week in Madrid. I was discussing this with Javier and like begging and pleading before him and also Antonio Carpaio of where we can find more examples. So we have these Tanakh with the box binding. We have several of those, and I was able to view one in Madrid. Those appear to be original. Those are Hebrew manuscripts with original medieval Mudechar bindings. I thought maybe I had another one. There's Kennecut one, but there's another one in Madrid, a Hebrew Bible. It's a Chumash with Haftarot and Megillot from 13th century in the Biblioteca Nacional de Madrid, also with a box binding, also very beautiful. And I think Avrin has an article about the box bindings, the Spanish box bindings, and but the Madrid manuscript was not included there for some reason. Then I thought I had another example in the Madrid of a Hebrew manuscript, but it turned out it was a retro Mudechar rather, So yeah, Antonio Carpaio explained to me that in the 19th century that this medieval manuscripts were rebound, and there was some effort made to imitate the original designs on the new bindings, and so we find such a thing. But this is something I'm very interested in pursuing, because in order to build up our database of Jewish bindings, we need more examples. In the meantime, it's just all Christian books.
We have
two notes.
Yeah.
Abraham
Yeah.
discovered which
From-
was something that was not realized because it had been covered in fabric. And it didn't look like it. And at some point, the fabric fell off, thank God, and they had to repair it. And they realized that it was covering an actual box binding. So we do have two now.
These are Spanish?
Yes, originally.
Wow, okay, so-
it is Spanish, but the
When's the next-
collection
when's the next bus?
I think everyone is keeping track of that.
There's one in Cincinnati as well.
All right. So
I think altogether you have 9.
Yeah.
Or 10.
this will be the next project. Is going to put these all together. Fantastic.
Okay, so the only awareness that I was able to find to at least the meaning of the Hebrew inscriptions is only from the 20th century. It's a nice little story. The bishop of Ibiza, I think somewhere in the 50s, he decided to write a little booklet about the Rimonim. He grew up in Palma. He knew them very well. He knew that there was a Jewish community in Palma, and he thought that the Rimonim belonged to them. It was not known yet that they were originally from Sicily. So he deciphered, and he realized that what was written is the Psalm 19. And he said, well, this fits perfectly into our liturgy in the church. I mean, we are bringing the word of the law and everything. So he appropriated it perfectly in his own philosophy in that booklet. But that's it.
So up until now, I wasn't able to find the Mesachek B'Kubiya with the chess semi-Ibn Ezra poems, but I would say that there are other pieces attributed to Ibn Ezra that are being found like many times in blank pages or in the margins, mostly some very short riddles, but very simple ones that it's clear that are not connected to the actual riddles that Ibn Ezra was written. So we have other things that are attributed to him there, but I didn't find the Mesachek B'Kubiya and the chess together.
Can I add one quick point on that? Related to your question, my claim that Encuadernación Mudechar is Jewish is not my proposal. I could attribute it to Arsenio Sanchez of the Biblioteca Nacional de España, a restoration expert, and one of his planks for this claim is a comparison of the Hebrew books with the box bindings with Christian books, which we have lots of evidence that were bound by Jews with the Encuadernación Mudechar, and compared with Islamic books. So by comparing these three, that he came to the conclusion that the Christian books, the vast majority of this Encuadernación Mudechar, were made by Jews. That was his. I was thinking along the same lines, but it's his observation, not mine.
I've got a question over there.
I can speak. So thank you so much. That was really, really interesting. I have a question for Hila. Sorry if you said it and I missed it. You already mentioned the importance of Mary for this Rimonim and the role in the cathedral. I was wondering whether you could find any references or whether you have an explanation for the particular relation between the Rimonim and the Immaculada. Or whether this is just one example how it was involved in the liturgy. I'm asking because I'm also working on the Santa Maria la Blanca in Sevilla, where this synagogue church kind of had a revival after the dogma of the Immaculada in the 17th century. And I was looking for like a connection there, and I didn't find a particular one, apart from the fact that it was Maria like a church dedicated to Mary and de las Nieves before. So I was wondering whether you were any more successful there.
I think that that in the case of the Rimonim, there is a nice the timing is sort of perfect for this connection, because they are arriving at 1493. The dogma, it's still not a dogma, but the feast starts to like grab fans. And in 1511, they decide to write the ordinary, like the order of the divine hours of the liturgy, to make it. This is how we do it here, and you have these new objects that they're unique. They are different. They add a little something else. So this is how I saw it. There is another possibility that the one that bought the Rimonim in Sicily decided to dedicate them to Mary. This is another possibility which I saw written, but I haven't seen it written in the primary documents. But this is also possible.
So we have time for a couple more questions. Perhaps if anyone has any for Lior.
Yes, I do. Yes. Lior, I was troubled, and you tell me whether I was wrong to be troubled, by the recycling of these Bam and I'm sorry, I don't know about the other texts, which you are easily, as I know, able to identify just like this, with your eyes closed, inside these bindings, instead of putting them in the Genizah as proper. Should I not be fussed about this?
You should.
I'm sorry, did people hear me, or shall I?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great question, and somebody should write an article about it. Oh wait, I did. I already did. It's called. I did. Yeah. It's called the Jewish Bookbinders of Girona, and I go into. It's a study of it's a halachic study of the laws relating to disposal of sacred manuscripts, sacred fragments. And so the thing is, we find it not just in Catalonia, we also find it in Yemen, that Jewish bookbinders were reusing Maimonides, Talmud itself, in their bookbindings. And we really have no reason to suspect that they were abrogating the halakha, or felt that they were abrogating the law when they did this. So the thing is, we get into a gray area with rabbinic literature. When we're dealing with Bible, we have something which is definitely Kitvei HaKodesh, which according to the Mishnah, we're matzilin minat leka, and it needs to be disposed of in the Genizah. So if we have texts of Tanakh, particularly on parchment, those undoubtedly are worthy of the utmost respect and care must be taken with their disposal. When we're dealing with rabbinic literature, we enter a gray area, because technically this is a part of the oral law, and it's technically prohibited to write, actually. According to the strict letter of law, it's not supposed to be written, it's supposed to only be transmitted orally. It was allowed to be written as Eit Lasot Lashem, so that it won't be forgotten. So this thing, it shouldn't be written. It was written. Now it has some kind of sacrality. So Rambam says so. It shouldn't be disrespected. It shouldn't be abused. Like you wouldn't throw it in the garbage or something like this. So, but it doesn't have the laws of Kitvei HaKodesh. So it's in this gray area. And then bookbinding itself is some kind of gray area. The manuscripts are being disposed of in a way which is it's not being discarded. It's not being denigrated in a way. So there were those who permitted it. Then
Christian books.
In Christian books, yes. Well, okay, yes. yes, in Christian books. Well, I'm dealing for the most part here, with this type of books, we're dealing with notary books. So yeah, they're Christian books, technically, but they're like secular books. There was opposition to Jews binding Christian books, but it came from the church, from Benedict, not from the Jews themselves. The Jews were working with it. Now, if they were, for the most part, most of the sacred Christian books were bound with wood. That was the traditional method. So, but there was paperboard used, and I don't have an example offhand of using Jewish rabbinic literature in paperboard in a Christian sacred book. I don't have an example of that. Could be there, could be not. Because we're dealing here with like a drop in the bucket of what's sitting on the shelves in the libraries. And we have no idea what's in there. It's only the things that are already beginning to fall apart on the shelves that we have, and there's plenty of that, especially in the archives. So it's hard to say. It's really hard to speak on that particular point. So let's see. So now in the article, we don't have any sources. We have no medieval sources that address your question or deal with your question. We have a really famous dramatic source from the 16th century, Salonika, Maharshdam. This is responding to the Jewish printers in Salonika who were reusing bad pages from their printing in the bindings, including Tanakh. And so, and he protests, it's a response, but it's not a response, he protests, he writes in protest against them, that they should stop doing it. And he cites that they say that they have an authority that granted them a leniency. And Maharshdam refuses to name who this authority was, and he lists the reasons why we could be lenient, and he refutes all of them. Yeah? But so if you go in the article, you see some of the arguments for leniency are quite compelling, actually. So it seems almost without a doubt at this point that there were communities that did not view any abrogation of halakha by using these materials.
Well, I think we're out of time for questions, but if you guys could all give a hand to our speakers.
Okay, I think we can begin our third session of the day entitled New Lives of Architecture. My name is Darren Helton. I'm visiting from Case Western Reserve, and helping me facilitate this session is Natalia Munoz Rojas. In this session, speakers will discuss the renovations and changes made to Jewish ritual spaces lacking the portability of manuscripts and small ritual objects. These structures are testaments to the ever-changing urban landscape in the medieval, early modern, and modern periods. This session will integrate architectural history and archaeology into the study of afterlives, examining synagogues and cemeteries. I will introduce each speaker before their presentation, and we will leave all questions for the end. So, to begin, Professor Ilya Rodov serves as head of the Department of Jewish Art and holds the Samson Feldman Chair for the History and Culture of East European Jewry at Bar Ilan University. He is also the editor of Ars Judaica, Bar Ilan Journal of Jewish Art, and co-editor of Jews, Judaism, and Art, and the Arts book series published by Brill. His publications explore Jewish visual culture and synagogue art, focusing on the history, patronage, meanings, function, and perceptions of paintings, sculptures, architectural decoration, and furniture design. The title of his paper is A Time to Gather Stones, Spolia, Sacredness, and Memory in Ashkenazi Synagogues.
So good afternoon. I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this conference for the kind invitation. It's really a genuine honor and delight to be present here and to present here. My talk today is about the use of spolia in Ashkenazi synagogues that goes beyond the mere pragmatic reasons for reusing old building materials for new construction. I focus on how these repurposed stones convey symbolic messages reflecting the sanctity of synagogues connecting with liturgy and evoking collective memories as well as Jewish local and meta-history. The Midrashim and Jewish folklore attribute two extraordinary characteristics to stones: flexibility and mobility. The concept of architectural flexibility can be traced to the Talmudic story in Bava Metzia, which recounts a dispute between two sages. To support his argument, Rabbi Eliezer invoked a miracle, causing the walls to incline as if to fall. Opposing him, Rabbi Joshua demanded the walls return to their upright position. A heavenly voice mediated, leaving the walls permanently inclined in between. Similarly, legends grants walls flexibility during moments of imminent danger to cultural heroes. In the Babylonian Talmud, Berachot, Mar Bar Ravina narrowly escaped a rampaging camel when the wall of a nearby house opened, allowing him to take refuge inside. This motive reappeared in Ashkenazi etiological legends, such as the story of a wall recession in the women's prayer hall built in the Worms synagogue in 1212. This one. 16th and 17th century Jewish sources from Venice and Worms recount how the synagogue wall miraculously bent inward to save the pregnant mother of Rabbi Yehuda Hasid from an oncoming horseman. This narrative was later reattributed to Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki. Note that Rashi died over a century earlier, and Rabbi Yehuda Hasid was born more than 60 years before the women's section of the synagogue was built. Despite the historical inconsistencies, these stories reflect cultural narratives that highlight the interplay between historical memory, faith, and physical space in Jewish tradition. However, they do not reflect practical architectural methods. The legends surrounding the mobility of stones are tied to remnants of the destroyed temple in Jerusalem, believed to have been placed by angels or by Jewish exiles into foundations of synagogues. These legends suggest that during Messianic times, these sacred remnants or spolia will either be returned to rebuild a temple in Jerusalem, or that entire synagogues will be miraculously transported to the Holy Land. In contrast to this eschatological vision, the use of spolia in Ashkenazi synagogues was often rooted in local historical and cultural contexts. The Romanesque synagogue in Worms served as a compelling example illustrating how spolia were integrated into synagogue architecture to reflect localized meanings and realities. The main Romanesque style building was constructed in 1174-05, numerously repaired during its long history, badly damaged during the World War II, and then thoroughly reconstructed from ruin during the 1950s. I begin with the stones used as relics. One of them is a white stone plaque with a dedicatory inscription built into the wall near the synagogue entrance. This one. Archaeological reports and visual evidence proves that this inscription has remained intact after the serious damages to the synagogue in the 1620s and the 1940s. The poetic text praises a couple of patrons, certain Jacob and Rachel, who funded the construction of the Worms synagogue in year 1034. However, the building bearing Jacob's and Rachel's inscription was erected in 1174-5, that is 140 years after the couple had been founded the synagogue. The foundations of an older building were uncovered beneath the 17th century so-called Loci chapel located west of the surviving synagogue. This smaller structure is believed to have been the synagogue devastated during the First Crusade in 1096. Violent mob attacks led to the massacre of at least 800 Jews in Worms, while many others chose to end their lives rather than face the prospect of forced baptism. The new synagogue, erected in the wake of destruction, greeted every visitor with a poignant reminder of its past. The old stone tablet prominently displayed near the entrance, bearing the original dedication and the date from the 11th century, this relic has been reappropriated, anchoring the new synagogue firmly within the continuum of local Jewish history. This stone seems to be more than just a memento. The old stone incorporated in the new structure embodied a physical and symbolic fusion of past and present, loss and renewal. This architectural palimpsest spoke to the resilience of the Jewish community, its ability to rebuild and revive even in the face of profoundly traumatic memories. A distinctive aspect of employing synagogue spolia pertains to the sanctity attributed to synagogues. The reverence for an old synagogue, even when no longer in use, is deeply rooted in halakhic ruling regarding the sanctity of the synagogue and its components. Maimonides emphasized that a ruined synagogue retains its holiness and should not be demolished or abandoned unless a new synagogue is erected or at least one wall of the new structure is built adjacent to the old one. This principle was exemplified by the Worms community, which constructed the 1174 synagogue adjoining the ruins of the old one. The incorporation of 1034 dedications into the walls in exterior and interior of the newer building transformed the new synagogue into a tangible successor to the dilapidated synagogue, symbolizing the preservation of its sanctity. Halacha further underscores hierarchic sanctities within the synagogue, deeming the Torah scrolls as the most sacred, followed by the ark containing them, and lastly the synagogue building itself. Disused Torah scrolls or sacred objects bearing holy names must not be discarded but concealed in a gniza or buried. Historical practices highlight this, such as the geniza constructed under the bima in the Cologne synagogue in 1096 and the one placed under the foundation stones in the Mainz synagogue. The ark and other furnishing considered sacred due to their association with the Torah must also be treated with care. If dismantled because of damage or obsolescence, they are to be reused, stored, or buried, as codified based on medieval practices in the Shulchan Aruch by Joseph Caro in the 15th century. This custom is also evident in Worms, where the remnants of early stone structures on the screen, likely parts of the Torah ark, bima, and other furnishings, were discovered in gniza-like locations, such as above the prayer hall walls or within the synagogue walls or under the floor. All these findings epitomize the careful preservation of synagogue components in accordance with halakhic principles. Some of them are remnants of the stone bema deconstructed in the mid-19th century. Some other can be identified as an arched pediment of an older Torah ark replaced by an 18th century structure. This spole revealed two modes of preservation of sacred stones. The relief used flowers and crowns on one side of these stones may be dated from the 17th century, whereas the dragons on the other side can be attributed to the late 13th or mid-14th century. We may deduce that in the 17th century, the medieval arch with dragons was turned around and its reverse was decorated. In the 18th century, the old structure was removed altogether and its parts were concealed in the synagogue. Following the devastation of the Art Neue Schule in Prague, now we in Prague, in 1483, its patrons similarly demonstrated a profound respect to the sacred stones by reusing them within the reconstruction. Previously, the bema had been encircled by a stone arcade similar to that in the Worms synagogue and then replaced by this metal grill. A surviving fragment of this original stone arcade was repurposed as a parapet positioned to the right of the steps leading to the Torah Ark. This one and here. Preserving its spiritual significance. During subsequent reconstruction efforts from the late 16th to 19th century, the original frame of the Torah Ark was replaced with Renaissance-style columns and entablature. However, the Gothic pediment was meticulously preserved in its original position and complemented by the addition of a newly designed apex. This is part, this is all part, and this is addition. Extensive evidence indicates that the Torah Ark was the most valued piece of synagogue furniture, often prioritized for preservation when Jews were forced to abandon their synagogues. When relocating the entire stone ark proved unfeasible, the pediment frequently became the component salvaged and repurposed in another synagogue. A notable example is the late 13th century pediment of the Torah Ark from the medieval synagogue in Miltenberg. Confiscated by Christians in 1429, the synagogue was restored to Jewish ownership in 1752 and resumed its function as a place of worship. After the community sold the old synagogue building in 1877, the pediment was transferred to a newer synagogue, where it adorned a neoclassical Torah Ark. This newer synagogue suffered severe damage during Kristallnacht in 1938. The pediment, however, survived and remains the sole preserved synagogue interior feature now displayed in the City Museum in Miltenberg. On the right is in the museum. The Torah Ark pediment from a mid-14th century synagogue in Nuremberg offers a unique perspective on the evolution of the concept of spole and its complex layers of meaning over even longer time. Richard Krautheimer published a photograph of this stone panel taken in a residential building located at Wunderburg Gasse 8. The Gothic relief with the Hebrew inscription arrived there by the 16th century, where Christian residents appropriated it as an exotic reminder of the Jewish expulsion from the town over a century earlier, adding a German inscription to accentuate their message. The Jewish community re-established itself in Nuremberg in the late 18th century. In 1909, the Reformed Jewish congregation relocated the old Ark pediment to the Grand Synagogue, a 19th century building at Hans Sachs Platz. It was reportedly installed in the synagogue's lobby above the entrance doors to the prayer hall. By adding their own inscription, they reclaimed the stone as a Judenstein, an object of a considerable significance in its own right, and a testament to the Jewish medieval roots in the city. The inscription included a quotation from Ecclesiastes, which I quote as the title of my current presentation: a time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones. In the Nuremberg synagogue, the biblical verse reasserted the Jewish narrative of belonging and reintegration into German society. This vision of integration was ultimately shattered in August 1938 when the Nazis announced the imminent destruction of the synagogue. As the congregation scrambled to save sacred Torah scrolls, prayer books, and ritual objects, a German builder, Frisch, assisted them in removing and hiding the historical stone pediment at the Jewish cemetery in Schniegling. Note that this action reminds us of the Geniza custom of interring sacred objects. The Nazis, recognizing the memorial stone potent symbolism, relentlessly sought its whereabouts, imprisoning community leader Bernard Kolb for information. Eventually, they discovered the stone at the cemetery. In his public speech preceding the synagogue demolition, Julius Streicher, the notorious Nazi figure and founder of Der Stürmer, twisted the stone's passage from Ecclesiastes to proclaim that the stone of the synagogue must be torn out before rebuilding the area Nuremberg. After the war, the pediment was recovered and placed in the Staatsmuseum of Nuremberg. In 1987, it and its accompanying inscription from the pre-Holocaust synagogue were integrated into a wall of the newly constructed synagogue of the Israelitische Kultusgemeinde Nuremberg. Once an auxiliary device, the plaque from 1909 became a historical relic. The congregation reappropriated these objects as a commemoration of both medieval and Nazi-era destructions, while highlighting the message of survival by bright festive coloring and by quotation from the book of Joshua, affirming a stone as a symbol of enduring faith. This volume is notably devoid of any functional purpose and serves exclusively as a decorative and symbolic element aimed at engaging the attendees of the synagogue. In distinction, the use of Jewish architectural spolia as a public commemoration emerged in post-Holocaust Berlin and elsewhere. An illuminating example is a stone relic from the Fasanenstrasse synagogue, which was destroyed during Kristallnacht. To honor the memory of this synagogue, its surviving main portal was attached to the facade of the Jewish community house on the right, constructed on the synagogue spot in 1959. staying in contrast with the modern architecture, historicist style relics in Berlin, as we saw, in Mainz on the left and in Livorno on the right, imply the tragical past that is remembered and may occur no more. In medieval worms, Jewish memory dissolves a traumatic experience. In contemporary Europe, the tragedy is committed to collective memory, not only Jewish but also German or Italian. In conclusion, while modern representations often introduce synagogue spolia as distinct commemorative artifacts, the historical reuse of synagogue stones reflects a more integrated approach, blending spolia with subsequent architectural elements. The spolia in Ashkenazi synagogues encapsulate a vibrant cultural narrative, revealing their significance as a tangible connection to the past. Within the context of modernity, they continue to stand as meaningful symbols of resilience, faith, and the continuous interplay between history and identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that excellent paper. Introducing our next topic here, Eva Frojmovic is assistant professor in the School of Fine Art, History of Art, and Cultural Studies at the University of Leeds and the director of its Center for Jewish Studies. She is completing a monograph on the earliest illuminated Hebrew manuscripts produced in southern Germany in the 1230s, building up to a project on the gendered character of the medieval Hebrew book. At this conference, she is sharing another project about the post-1348 afterlives of medieval Jewish cemeteries. Her paper is titled A Second Life in the Museum, Jewish Tombstones After the Black Death.
Thank you for the introduction and thank you to the organizers. Medieval Jewish tombstones occupy an ambiguous position in medieval Jewish visual culture. Both carved stone and writing, they fit neither into the category of architecture nor of Hebrew manuscripts, which are the most established genres of medieval Jewish, most studied genres of medieval Jewish art. One would equally struggle to quite fit them into the category of Judaica. Imagine medieval Jewish tombstones sold at auction. Tricky to imagine, but who knows? Maybe they are the ultimate paradox, medieval Jewish sculptures. I don't know. Yet they were a core part of material culture and very important to medieval Jewish communities for whom the establishment of cemeteries was more pressing than that of synagogue buildings. I'm going to focus today on a case study from the medieval Jewish cemetery in Basel, Switzerland, near the border with France and Germany. In January 1349, several months before the Black Death reached Basel, months before the Black Death reached Basel, the Jews in Basel were rounded up and burned alive inside a wooden building, apparently especially erected for this purpose on a small island at the confluence of the river Rhine and its tributary, the Birsig. Children were spared and baptized. The synagogue and the cemetery were confiscated. While even Jewish scholars well into the 20th century blamed an unruly, superstitious mob, we now know better. We now know that, in fact, the civic authorities were responsible for this massacre and for the expropriation
of the synagogue and the cemetery. It was their preventative public health intervention in the face of the approaching Black Death, about which they had heard from other cities. They had to be seen to be doing something. The synagogue in the centrally located Gerbergasse, just off the market, disappeared, as far as I know, without a trace or without a visual record. But the remains of the Jewish cemetery are plentiful. We know its location, and I'll show you in a second. Its location, which was later on partly built over by the arsenal, the Zeughaus, and then by 19th and 20th century university buildings. Can you see there's a thin red arrow pointing at the location? So what you're actually seeing, because this is the Marian plan of 1615, you are of course not seeing the cemetery. You are seeing the Zeughaus, which is just above that tree line, that tree-covered area, the Petersplatz, and there's an internal courtyard, and that's where the cemetery was, as we now know, as they also knew, by the way. So we know the location. Here you are. This is just from Google Maps. So this is obviously the other way around, right? Other way around. This one is not northed, but this one is northed. And where the red blob is saying University of Basel, that's where the cemetery was. Jewish tombstone fragments have yielded contentious cultural heritage ever since a 15th century humanist visitor first described them, and I have written about this in another article, so I won't dwell on that. They started being rediscovered in the Renaissance period, and they continue to resurface like the restless, as if they were the restless souls of the martyrs of 1349. The Jewish tombstones from the cemetery were looted, and they were reused en masse to strengthen the fortifications, which had to be repaired because of an earthquake. They were then described in the Renaissance, in the 15th century, in the 16th century, so about this I've written. They were looted also, not just for fortifications, but also for church buildings and for private buildings. And I'll look at a couple of examples if I have time. So today's paper, sorry, so yeah, I turned it around, so this is now more or less northed, so that corresponds more or less to Google, roughly, approximately, yeah. The green square is the one with the trees, and just south of that. Okay, there's a book that was published in 2010, which was supposed to have been the final word, but since then, more tombstones have appeared. So there's no end to this. Okay, so here's, this is the detail from Merian, upside down, to make it correspond to the modern, the archaeologist's plan from this book. And here I've turned it around to show, what was found where and when. So the main thing is that, the main building, this building of 1937, when it was excavated during these excavations, quite a lot of stuff was found, and some of it is now in the Jewish Museum of Switzerland. So today I'm going to focus. Okay, so this is a rather cute reconstruction of what the fortifications might have looked like, covered with Jewish tombstones. I won't comment on that. And today I'm going to focus on a selection of the tombstones from this cemetery, which are now on display in the Jewish Museum of Switzerland in Basel, the Jüdisches Museum der Schweiz. Or rather, they probably still are, but the museum has just
closed because they're moving into a new building. So don't try and go there tomorrow. In a rear courtyard, reached through, I can't really show this here, reached through a covered passage from the street, one encounters them displayed along the walls of the museum courtyard in the open air. And the plans for the new museum building also foresee tombstones in the forecourt. So this is what they looked like in 2007. These are just snaps. Because when I was there, I was not intelligent enough to realize that I should record everything. In the 2010s, that's probably how I must have seen it. Here you can see the covered passage in 2020, so arriving from the road into the courtyard, and then one turns into the museum. 2022, and here you are. So this is how it was between 2020 and 2024. Very interesting integration where this artist, Fabio Lux, basically created a response, an artistic intervention, responding to the tombstones, which remained in place all this time, that they didn't move. This was the most recent installation, which showed the plans, the artistic plans for the frontage of the new museum in the Saalgasse, which is, again, very nearby around the corner. And here you can see, finally, the project for the new building. And I think if you look, I've sort of tried to make a close-up over on the right, you can see that there is a plan to have them there like stele. So I think between when I saw them, 2007, very plain, they're just there, and they're the focus. And the rest of the architecture is, so what we can survey here are the changing faces of this courtyard, and we can trace a gradual transformation between initially the severe, stark memorial space to an increasingly colorful and even theatrical space in which the actual medieval monuments come to play almost a secondary role. In addition to these large ones that are outside, there is, I'm sorry, that's going to, sorry, I overdid it with all the evidence. Let's leave that outside. In addition, there's a very small fragment which is shown inside, which is the so-called controversial date stone. It's a small fragment which, however, has a date, and that's shown in a vitrine. And that vitrine is all, and the possibility is that it was dated 1103. So that vitrine's purpose is about the early settlement of the Jews along the Rhine. So in a way, these tombstones are documents alongside written documents that speak about the early history, that are made to speak about the early history. And not so much about the afterlife. There is something about the afterlife. All the tombs, so there's a translation of a little plaque that introduces the tombstones. The cemetery was situated where it is, and it's near the Vesalianum. We'll come back to the Vesalianum in a minute. Served as the burial site of the Jews until 1348. Some of the stones were found during the excavation work for the new university building, and others were immured in various city locations. That is more or less what we learn about the afterlife, which is what interests me.
The tombstones in the museum are actually just a small portion, I think there are about 10, from among a large and still growing collection of tombstones and fragments, still growing, in the custodianship of the Historisches Museum, the History Museum, established 1884, and the City Archaeology Department. Their find dates range, so the find dates of the objects in the museum, in the Jewish Museum, shown in the Jewish Museum, range from about 1870, so that's before the Historisches Museum even existed, all the way to 1984, approximately 1870 to 1984. That's the find dates. Although fragments continue to surface. The tombstones in the courtyard appear to have been chosen, I think, according to both some historic and some aesthetic considerations. While there are some damaged stones on show, most of them show complete or near complete inscriptions, such as this one. So this one is probably the first modern find, found approximately 1870, and then acquired by the Historisches Museum when it came to be in 1884, and now on permanent loan in the Jewish Museum. And I'm showing the find spot, and it's impossible to reconstruct because it has been totally redeveloped. You just can't. There's no point. So most of them are relatively intact or have been, kind of sort of patched up in order to look almost complete. The Jewish Museum displayed privileges that better preserve tombstones with either with complete inscriptions or to resemble complete tombstones or very large fragments that include substantial portions of their inscriptions. With the majority, so back here, not always, but with the majority of the inscribed texts legible or reconstructible, they serve to tell the story of the Jewish community prior to 1348. That's the main emphasis, which is completely understandable. So in my reading, so the wall texts, sorry, that's still too small. The wall texts focus on the tombstones as historical documents evidencing the early history of the community. Each label identifies the name of the person buried, the date of death or burial, if preserved. Together they form authentic material evidence of a Jewish presence in the city, a long-established one. So the narrative, the way I read it, is one of factually documented early history. The epitaphs complement and supplement scarce textual documents, not much left over, and serve in a way a local pride and the feeling of connectedness to Basel. On the other hand, the afterlives of the cemetery and its tombstones are not dwelled upon very much or not very directly. So I already showed you the introductory tablet. Glasses. Oh, actually I can see it here. Okay, so here I think you can see that the left side of the monument was just sliced off to fit how it was needed, and I'm going to show you some more examples. This is a really interesting one, Rabbi Jacob, son of Rabbi David, because this was found in the cloister of Basel Cathedral, where it was laid down as pavement in the great cloister, upside down, and served as pavement. And of course, the canons of this cathedral, of this minster, were part of the same families that were implicated in the 1349 pogrom. So this is not just practical. The next one I'm going to show you, this is what I had a lot of
fun with, so to speak. This was found as serving as the bottom step of cellar stairs. You can see it's been cut to shape, to fit, to be the right size. But it's still possible to reconstruct the name and the date. And it was found in the Ehrenfelserhof. So this is something I had to look up. What does that mean? The records tell you where things are found, but then what does it actually mean? So I had to dig up a little bit. And the Fröwler family that owned this and developed and enlarged this Ehrenfelserhof in the 14th century, they were this very upwardly mobile family involved in the guilds, in the guild system. They were the rising stars, members of the city council, and they were totally implicated in the massacre of the Jews in January 49. And this is the story that doesn't get told. So now we get to the university. So first they built the Zeughaus, the arsenal. Then they thought, should we save it? Should we not save it? And anyway, it got replaced by this building in 37, modernist, very interesting. And in that process, in 1937, they found human remains. Human remains were reburied in a Jewish cemetery by the Jewish community, and stones, such as this one, which I think had been prepared to serve as a step for a staircase, long, narrow, much longer and narrower than that bottom step of the cellar, but we don't know where it went. The label doesn't tell you that, right? So I had to sort of figure this out. This is the story that you don't hear. So these are all found during the same, this one and this one. And here you can see that this tombstone. Oh, I need to stop, right? Am I out of time? Have I got 2 minutes? Yeah. Okay, sorry, I didn't look when I started. So this is one example, and I'll leave this as the only one, and just come to my conclusion. I've got several more, but it doesn't matter. Here you can see this is an example where the stone has been reconstructed out of, as far as I can see, 3 large fragments. The people who published, the scholars who published these, were rejoicing that one can reconstruct the inscription pretty much, and so all is well. But I'm interested in the scar of the encounter with the pickaxe, which I think is, right, and you can see that also here, right? The pickaxe goes right in the middle, the center, and it splits the stones into several, and here again, you can see where the pickaxe went in the middle and split things into, in some cases, irregular, possibly unusable fragments. So it seems to me that a museum could also tell this other story, not just the origin story, but the story of this traumatic encounter. And I'm going to skip ahead to my conclusion, which is going to be on the last page, and short, and I apologize. Yeah. So on the face of it, it seems logical that anyone interested in the history of Basel's medieval Jewish community would turn firstly to this Jewish museum. But the medieval Jewish tombstones, their carefully patched cracks and their scars left by reworking and recycling also tell another, more difficult, less comfortable story, a story of desecration. In the transfer process of the tombstones from the historical museum, which doesn't show any, not a single one, as far as I know, I looked, to the Jewish museum, this second history has been obscured. Instead of rootedness, origins, and now reclaiming, there is also a not told history of uprooting and of problematic afterlives.
Risa Greenberg has noted that the removal of art objects associated with Jews in Judaism from other museums removes Jews in Judaica from sight or reduces their presence in non-Jewish cultural institutions. While the medieval tombstones can now claim visibility in the Jewish Museum, which the far greater number, and you saw me scroll through the database, far greater number in storage cannot. At the same time, their violent history becomes partially invisible, and certainly is invisible in the mainstream museum. In the Jewish Museum, the tombstones have been reclaimed by the minority, reappropriated for a construction of Swiss Jewish rootedness in history, which underwrites their identity in the present. This happens at the price of a loss of consciousness of the complicated afterlives of the medieval Jewish tombstones, and thus a loss of memory itself. Thank you.
Right, now time for our final paper. After completing her studies in history and art history in Munich, Pisa, Tel Aviv, and Oxford, Franziska Kleibolte began her PhD at the Cluster of Excellent Religion and Politics at the University of Münster, which she is now finalizing. Her doctoral research examines the phenomenon of synagogue to church conversions in late medieval Castile. She is a research assistant in the Jewish Studies Department at the University of Münster, where she teaches undergraduate courses, and at the Bet Tefillah Research Center for Jewish Architecture at the Technical University of Braunschweig, where she develops a teaching network in Jewish heritage studies. Her paper is entitled The Synagogue Church of Santa Maria la Blanca in Toledo, a site of Jewish Christian memory between entanglement and disentanglement.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I must say I felt a bit audacious this morning after the introduction choosing this topic. I was also intimidated by myself for choosing this topic, and yet it's part of my PhD project, which I'm submitting hopefully this summer. So I'm also very excited about any questions and remarks there are. So I guess I must go through this now. About half of medieval Iberia's approximately 450 synagogues were converted into Christian sacred spaces. With that, what I mean churches, chapels, hospitals, convents, and so on. Most of these transformations took place between the 14th and the 16th centuries. In my dissertation, I focus on the conversions that took place between 1390 and 1420, a period I consider the first wave of synagogue conversions in medieval Iberia. This wave parallels other expressions of growing anti-Jewish sentiments at the time, such as the persecutions of 1391-92, the disputation of Tortosa, and increasingly restrictive legislations on Jewish life, such as the legislation of Eilo. And what you can see here is, like on the left, like all the synagogues that are documented or assumed for medieval Iberia, and then on the right, on the top, you see all the conversions that I could find, and in the lower, you find those between 1390 and 1420. And what I think is interesting in these maps is that you can see that from the very beginning of this practice, what I see starting in 1390 or 1391 is that it was like already a widespread phenomenon, right? It's not like starting in one region, but it's really like already throughout the peninsula basically, and so this is what you can see here. Despite the scale of the phenomenon, it has received little scholarly attention to date. One of the better known and one of the few still excellent examples is located in Toledo. Tellingly, it is remembered by its Christian name, Santa Maria la Blanca, and I assume you are all quite familiar with it and its appearance from this very conference. To this day, the building has been studied almost exclusively either as a synagogue or as a church, with the transition commonly marked by its Christianization around 1400. However, both spatial and transcultural considerations, as well as historical sources, suggest that this transformation did not mean such a clear cut, neither immediate nor absolute. Instead, a distinction must be made between contemporary official and theoretical acts and interpretations on the one hand, and practical uses, meanings, and perceptions on the other. Thus, even long after its conversion, the space continued to be perceived also as a Jewish by both Christians and Jews, hence the term synagogue church, emphasizing the entangled identity of this space. By examining Santa Maria la Blanca in Toledo, this paper engages with the conference central theme of the life and afterlife of Jewish objects and their role as witnesses. It argues that these buildings not only bear witness to a Jewish past, but also after their confiscation contribute to a form of reactivation of Jewish presence through the commemoration of its Jewish past. In this way, commemoration and imagination do not merely reflect reality, they participate in its revival and reshaping. All this is particularly well and intriguingly reflected in the records of a lawsuit brought against the brothers of the convent of Santa Maria la Blanca who had embezzled money. This trial took place around 1487. The documents produced in the course of this legal process offer a unique insight into the early decades of the synagogue church of Santa Maria la Blanca, its architecture, its use, and its perception. This paper will focus primarily on this source. Before turning to it, however, I will offer a brief overview on the building's history. As we know from the call for papers and from an inscription that once existed in the synagogue of Ibn Shoshan was erected around 1180. It was commissioned by a certain Rabbi Ibn Shoshan and served as the Synagoga Mayor, the main synagogue of Toledo. The building was of impressive size, presumably exceeding most other synagogues in medieval Iberia, and was beautifully decorated in the famous and widely admired Mudéjar style. Up until 1391, this is all we know about this synagogue. The next written reference to the building comes from Ikina, mourning the brutal attacks on the Jewish community of Toledo during the 1391 persecutions. In 81 stanzas, the otherwise unknown poet Albani recounts the assault on the Toledan Ajama, the murder and suicide of its sages, and the destruction of all its synagogues. Reading the passage on the Ibn Shoshan synagogue alongside the other stanzas suggests, however, that the synagogue continued to be used by the Jewish community after the attack, for in contrast to the other sides, the elegy does not describe the total destruction. In any case, there is no evidence that the Ibn Shoshan synagogue was converted during the 1391 persecutions, unlike many other synagogues across the peninsula. Yet it would not be long before the synagogue met the same fate. Scholars commonly link the conversion of the Ibn Shoshan synagogue to the visit of the preacher Vicente Ferrer to Toledo, dating it to 1411. Yet the first mention of this story, and even then only vaguely, as you can see here in this quote, appears in our source from 1487, which is one reason why I question that story. I question the accuracy of this foundational narrative. Instead, I suggest that the story was later introduced to support the sanctification of Vicente Ferrer and to legitimize the conversion, perhaps because it had been carried out without official authorization, as it happened in many other cases. There's no definite evidence to date the conversion. Yet a 1450 document attests to a wave of synagogue conversions in the Archbishopric of Toledo, and it is imaginable that the Ibn Shoshan synagogue was one of those. The first direct reference to the Church of Santa Maria la Blanca itself, however, appears in 1436 and concerns its financial endowment. Then there's once again a long silence until 1487, where we encounter the document I have mentioned several times already. The source survives today only in a 1980 edition by Pilar Leontello, while the original was lost or misplaced during the reorganization of Toledo's archiepiscopal archive. Leontello preserved or recovered only two fragments of this protocols. The initial letter of complaint that opened the lawsuit and parts of the protocol from the interviews conducted during the proceedings. What I would like to do now is walk you through some of the statements in the sources that are particularly revealing about the building's conversion story, its contemporary understanding, and particularly its reception of Jewish history. One of the testimonies from these interviews comes from Miguel Sanchez, a priest who had once served as administrator of Santa Maria la Blanca. He stated that, and I quote, all the said members were regarded as conversos. Several aspects of this statement are noteworthy. First, one might ask whether the history of the building influenced the decision to establish it specifically or exclusively as a monastery for converts. While there may have been no immediate possibility of turning it into a parish church, as the parish system was already fully established, and as it was often the case with converted synagogues, there was likely a distinct need to provide for the religious integration of conversos. In fact, members of former synagogue communities often were members from, no, so what I mean is like of these converted synagogues were often conversos. Alternatively, one might speculate that the phrasing reflects a citywide rumor suggesting that converts in particular were drawn to the building, as it was also so common for synagogue churches and is often expressed in texts of the Inquisition. Either way, it would be very telling concerning the contemporary understanding of the building. Furthermore, the statement might indicate that the witness himself was a converso too. What significance does this have for understanding his testimony, particularly his extensive reflections on the Church's Jewish past, which are not marked by skepticism or rejection, but are overwhelmingly positive? Could this be linked to his Jewish background? I would say yes, though perhaps not as one might assume. It is important to consider that 2 years earlier, the Inquisition had taken up its work in Toledo. Against this backdrop, it is likely that Sanchez was especially cautious with his statements, tailoring them to align with what his interrogators expected. Therefore, one could argue that this makes his testimony particularly representative of the contemporary perspective on the synagogue church. In the letter of complaint initiating the lawsuit, it says in the beginning, and I quote, "The said Hermitage of Santa Maria la Blanca, being a synagogue, was by the grace of God made into a temple of our Redeemer Jesus Christ." It could reasonably be argued that in the 15th century Spanish text, the term templo was commonly used as a synonym for both churches and synagogues. However, the term is not the standard designation for the house of worship in this text. Given the context in which Judaism and Christianity are explicitly juxtaposed with reference on the one hand to synagoga and on the other to templo, I would argue that this choice of word is not coincidental, but serves to reinforce the legitimacy of the Christian Church as the successor of the ancient temple. This interpretation gains further support when we consider the second mention of the word templo in the source, this time used by the monk Miguel Sanchez when explaining the former synagogue's significance to the Jews. He notes that for the Jewish community it was regarded as a substitution of the Jerusalem temple. Importantly, Sanchez's statement was made later in the trial, so it would be likely a mistake to draw a direct connection between the two uses of the word templo. Still, it reflects a broader attitude of the time, recognizing that both Jews and Christians understood their sacred space as temples or temple-like. The art historian Otto Zicelius assumed a significant transformation of the building's structure following its conversion into a church. However, archaeological excavations carried out in 1987-88 demonstrated the opposite. Only minimal changes had been made, much like in Sevilla and Segovia, for instance. This echoes the 1487 text, which emphasized that the building still looked like the Jewish synagogue. As scholars of the building specifically and of Toledo's architecture more generally have emphasized, the Mudéjar style of the synagogue was by no means uniquely Jewish, nor was it perceived by Christians as something foreign. Hence, the appearance of the synagogue likely aligned with Christian aesthetics, and given the splendor of its medieval appearance, it is not surprising that its architectural design was retained after the conversion. But was the familiar style alone the main reason for preserving the building's decoration and architecture? It is considerable that it played a role, but not the only. The church became a popular and frequently visited site, as the Brothers of the Hermitage report. The said Hermitage, since it became a church, has been and is of great devotion, and its body is very large, having 5 large naves. This is what they quote. Although the letter emphasized that this veneration began with its conversion into a church, the veneration was also connected to the building's size, hence to the Jewish architecture. Furthermore, it appears highly plausible that this was also connected to the building's Jewish past and appearance, especially given how widely known its history as a former synagogue seems to have been. Thus, Miguel Sanchez states, "It is well known in this city that the said church was once a synagogue and a house of prayer for the Jews. This may have been due to an active oral culture of commemoration, but certainly also to architectural elements preserved, elements considered paradigmatically known as Jewish." When the second witness in the 1487 court case was asked why no chapel had been established inside the church to the right of the altar and why this area always remained closed, he replied, because in the time of the Jews, when that church was a synagogue, it was the Holy of Holies and was something very sacred. The Sanctum Sanctorum is the biblical term referring to the inner sanctuary of the Jerusalem temple, the most sacred space within the temple. Undoubtedly, in keeping with Jewish tradition, this witness used this wording to refer to the former location of the Torah shrine, the focal point of medieval synagogues, as we have heard before. From the Christian perspective, this was seen as a distinctly Jewish feature, often the first to be removed from a synagogue in the course of a conversion. Against this backdrop, it is particularly striking that the witness describes the deliberate preservation of this area and explains it with its significance for the Jewish community. According to the testimony, the shrine was presumed to be on the right next to the altar. So, where you also the accesso praeter underneath that. Examining the reconstructed floor plan of the former synagogue, it seems clear that the witness was referring to the room in the first aisle to the right, a space that indeed later became a chapel. However, it is much more plausible that the Torah shrine was originally situated in the main nave, a view supported by archaeological findings. Thus, the 1487 text presents an intriguing mix of knowledge and uncertainty in which the question of historical accuracy becomes secondary to the emphasis on the Christian appropriators' deliberate effort to respect and align with Jewish tradition. Also noteworthy in Miguel Sanchez's testimony is his report of Torah scroll fragments discovered within the church. As Maimonides notes in the Mishneh Torah, the Torah scrolls housed within the synagogue constituted its most important and sacred objects, effectively endowing the site with its spiritual significance. Consequently, and as previously noted, and also as we heard in the talk of Hila, Christian appropriators often began the conversion of synagogues by removing these scrolls along with the shrine. The continued presence of Torah fragments in the case of Santa Maria la Blanca, whether intentional or accidental, one could therefore conversely argue meant for some an ongoing sanctification of this building. Even if we assume the Torah fragments were not deliberately left during the conversion, Sanchez's account gives no indication that their later discovery raised concerns or required immediate removal. Probably the most visible feature marking the site as Jewish or formerly Jewish was the wall decoration in the form of Hebrew inscriptions, as Miguel Sanchez recounts. He saw on the said church Hebrew letters in many places. Today, these inscriptions are no longer preserved, but they may have shared characteristics with those still adorning the walls of the synagogue church of Samuel Halevi in Toledo. All of this presumably helps to explain why, as Miguel Sanchez notes, it was common knowledge that the church had once been a synagogue. This knowledge, however, was not limited to Christians. Jews were also aware of the site's history, not only in Toledo, but even across the region. According to various Jewish and Christian authors, the community of Toledo held special significance for Jewish Iberia, a status that extended to its synagogues. Among these, the Ibn Shoshan synagogue was seen as the most central, even believed to have helped subsidize the temple after its destruction by the Babylonians, as we've read before. Against this backdrop, it can be assumed that its confiscation and conversion were a profound shock for the Jewish communities across the peninsula. Consequently, however, it is also not surprising that the building retained great importance for the communities even after its conversion into a church. Unlike in other cases where the nature of this significance can only be reconstructed theoretically, we have sources for Toledo that document the Jewish reaction. Ibanez Elegy emphasizes that the purity and thus the sanctity of the synagogues was perceived as violated by the attacks. Furthermore, it vividly expressed the pain of losing the Toledan synagogues. It might be this significance which lies behind what Miguel Sanchez observed, namely Jewish pilgrimage to the Toledan synagogue church. We know from scholars such as David Nienberg that various forms of amicable interactions and relationships existed between Jews and Christians in medieval Iberian life. Consequently, numerous instances of neighborly interactions are evident, manifested in shared meals and invitations to festivities, including religious celebrations. Against this backdrop, it appears credible that Jews harbored no reservations about engaging with the building officially functioning as a church. From a theological point of view, however, one might assume that such visits were viewed as highly problematic, if not prohibited, especially when considering Jewish statements concerning churches and the conversion of synagogues into churches. And here are just some quotations that I found. How then can all of this be interpreted? What kind of picture emerges here regarding the development, perception, and use of the building after its conversion? Recent research on pre-modern ambiguity has shown that, contrary to older assumptions, medieval society often tolerated or even depended on a certain level of contradictions. Here it is highlighted by the gap between the theoretical positions promoted by both Jews and Christian authorities and the practical accommodations made in daily life. On the one hand, the very conversion of the synagogue symbolized a rejection of Judaism. The confiscation of Jewish space limited, if not banned, Jewish life. On the other hand, the canon Miguel Sanchez describes how a member of the monastery enabled Jewish visitors to enter the building. Far from expressing disapproval, the witness shows admiration for both the Jewish architecture and the visitors themselves. In his view, the building's significance, in fact, may have been heightened by its Jewish heritage, reflecting broader, more complex attitudes towards its past. The same dynamics applies to the Jewish site. The tension between Jewish veneration of the site and theological restrictions is perhaps best understood through the lens of ambiguity. Even though churches were generally viewed as places of sins by Jews, and this specific church likely evoked deep trauma for the Toledo's Jewish community, Jewish visitors nonetheless bribed clergy to gain access. Christians often perceived synagogues as houses of the devil, sites of crimes and even murder or idolatry, and so on, as many contemporary sources show, and nonetheless did not feel the need to make architecture to remove this image. Thus, whether consciously or not, the site became a shared Jewish-Christian space, a compelling example of how religious and cultural entanglement could emerge precisely through processes of disentanglement. The conversion of the synagogue did not erase its previous identity. Instead, the continued presence of its architecture and symbolic elements coexisted with its new Christian functions. And on this note, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers for the wonderful papers and to Darren for your introductions. And I would like to invite the three of you to please join us here for a round of questions. I know all your subjects are closely intertwined, so if you have a question for each other, please feel free to ask. But maybe I will take the advantage of being here. And I have a question for you, Eva, regarding the finding of these tombstones, how they were excavated, whether they were just found in the course of rebuilding works, or whether there was a systematic process of trying to locate them.
Okay, so it depends on, is this working? Yeah, depends on which campaign. I think by the time we get to the 1937 building of the new Collegian House, the main building, this modernist building, I think at that point they were probably prepared. There was, but I have not. So these are records that I haven't seen yet. I haven't seen the archaeologists' record spelling that out. But I think it was a careful excavation, organized carefully with some sense that there was. I think 1870 in the cloister of the cathedral, no. They were renewing the pavement, and when they picked up this big paving stone, they said, whoops, look what's underneath. So they saved it. But there's clearly a sense that you've got to save this one. We can't just put it back in. We've got to preserve it. So things are sort of, in flux. But in 1980, but it's not linear. So in 1984, this is an example that I didn't show. In 1984, they had to dig up some part of the city's canalization right outside the art museum, the Kunstmuseum, sort of fairly busy inner city street. And in the in the 19th century installations, they found, oops, there are some tombstones recycled in the early 19th century, recycled a second time over to hold up this water, this rainwater system. And the city archaeologist tips off, the city archaeologist can't read Hebrew, but he sees there's something here. So they tipped off, they fetched the Jewish museum director, who did know Hebrew, but by the time she was able to arrive, they had closed the hole and buried some, they got 2 of the tombstones out, and they said, sorry, we can't get the other ones out without endangering the canalization system. Got to get a move on. They closed the hole, and that was it. And it's she's polite about it in her report, but it's quite clear that this was. So you see, these things are not linear. 1937, they had time, they did this carefully. 1984, they were in a hurry. 2002, they knew what to expect under the college building, and they did things very carefully. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, please.
I'd like to follow up from this question. You know that from the 80s, there is a problem with rescue archaeology across Europe. There are new laws that were voted which are in favor of the entrepreneur. So my husband was very much involved with that in France, so this is very important. Because I'd like to, I'm not sure that the fact that it was not properly excavated is because it was a Jewish site. I think that we are in Europe in the situation where unfortunately treasures are being discovered and there is no funding and there is quite a lot of pressure from the companies excavating, doing works, not to block, because the archaeologists have the capacity of blocking for 1 year, a new car park or new something. And this is a very important political matter, and I would like to ask you whether you saw how it was going on with the other types of excavation. And between us, if they covered the tombstones, it's not the worst, they will stay there.
Yes, so they've now been re-excavated. Latest news, in 2018, they thought, right, the art museum needs, what do you call that, underground garage thing, parking garage. So they closed that road for a year, for 2 years, while they excavated very carefully, and they found, blow me down, 10 more tombstones.
That's exactly that. So, so it's really a political decision. What I wanted to know is how much it concerned a Jewish site in particular, or whether it's a generalized problem in Switzerland. I hope that Switzerland was spared. So that was my new comment.
Okay.
We have even problems Stonehenge in this country. So.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, please, Tom.
Thank you for 3 really interesting papers. My question, observation and question that really combine the first and the third paper. My observation is that thinking about this idea of spolia really makes me think about the Torah shrine in the Transito, the Samuel Malibai synagogue in Toledo, where you have at least 2 spoliated columns, which I'd always imagined to be just part of a kind of Toledan thing they reuse stones all the time, but I wonder if that actually would be a deliberate reuse of stones there from an earlier structure. And then my question is to Francisco, which is about, again, thinking about this idea of spoliation, because the problem with the Ibn Shushan synagogue has always been that architecturally it looks, like Juan Carlos Ruiz Salazar suggests, it looks really more like late 13th, early 14th century structures, but the dating has always come from that inscription. And so perhaps we can think of that inscription again as being something reused in a building that is reconstructed substantially in the late 13th or early 14th century, and that would make sense of that kind of struggle. But I was going to say that I'm sure you're right also that about the question of the kind of deliberate memory of the synagogue, and that certainly in Toledo and elsewhere, what they do with converted mosques, is that part, it provides a kind of heroic narrative for these buildings, that they have been converted. So I think that's a really interesting idea.
Should I start? Okay, well, thank you very much for that remark, and that's, yeah, you're very right, and I didn't mention that in my presentation because so what I'm looking at in my PhD project is really the conversion and thus the afterlife of these synagogues, right? And while I'm very much interested in the question of how they're dealing with the architecture that they are finding and the decoration, my research focuses less on the Jewish embellishment of these synagogues. So I really wouldn't say that I'm an expert or that I actually worked on like the previous like architectural changes that were made while it was still in the possession of the Jewish community. And yet you're obviously right that it's like very important to consider when I ask myself why they did preserve this this architecture and the decoration afterwards. And yeah, I mean, I don't know whether you agree with me that it was because it was also like a familiar style, and whether we call it spolia or not. I wouldn't call it spolia, I feel, because it wasn't, I would say, like at least from the sources that we have, it wasn't maybe apart from the Jewish letters. I mean, they're really singled out, but other than that, like you don't get the impression that it's like it's something foreign, right? It's really just like described as very beautiful. So yeah.
Maybe I may think about the connection of this phenomenon to the use of Hebrew or pseudo-Hebrew inscriptions in Christian art elsewhere. So a kind of historical or quasi-historical reference to the Old Testament and to the victory of the New Testament or the Old Testament. So I have no idea, but maybe so. Now, part of the inscriptions were just unreadable, unrecognizable, because in, for example, in El Transito, there are also Arabic inscriptions that pretty well could be seen as just ornament, without recognizing them as a meaningful inscription, the letters. I wonder maybe part of the Hebrew inscriptions were the same ornaments, were accepted also as mere ornamental. Maybe yes, maybe not, I don't know. But I would just try to think about this context.
Yeah, I mean, they were understood as Hebrew letters, right? Not solely like decoration, as you said about the Arabic inscriptions. But yeah, I mean, I assume that they were also understood as decorative. What I didn't say that in the end of my presentation, because I really wanted to leave it with this, idea of entanglement, is that lately, just shortly after, like in the beginning of the 16th century, and actually the building was closed, being said to look too Jewish, right? So we do see there then like a new perception of the building as and in that regard, the design was then considered to be something negative or problematic by the Inquisition.
By the way, in El Transito, at least one inscription was very loyal to the king. It just mentioned Pedro the Cruel. Yes, so even if they could read Hebrew, there was an inscription honoring the king, and the name of the king was written there in large letters.
Better not take that one out.
Great. Thank you. Are there any more? Yeah?
If I may have another question, I'm sorry I'm talking too much. I would like to ask you, I was very much moved by the idea of recycling the commemoration inscription from the first formed synagogue from before the First Crusade in the second 12th century synagogue 100 years later. I don't know whether I understood correctly, was it the place where it is now, is it where it was really reused in the 12th century? That's my first question. And my second question is, was it reused because of the idea of the past, because of the halakha, or because of the fact that it was a donation by a family who was probably around? So what was the reason a kind of hekdesh? Because the members of the family, descendants of the family are still there, but the synagogue is no longer there. But when they rebuild, they remember the family. So what kind of historical thinking would go in the 12th century during the rebuilding of the synagogue?
Yes, see, we hardly can now to reveal all the circumstances of this replacement or transfer of these stones. I mentioned only the most prominent plaque at the entrance to the synagogue, but there were at least 2 stones within the synagogue. Also dedicatory inscriptions in a way. And on the one hand, it was 140 years from our reality. I can maybe quote a few cases that the names of patrons are forgotten in much shorter period of time. Now, maybe there were a dynasty of that family that kept the memory through several generations. Who knows? I don't know. Now I just may imagine that there was a wealthy dynasty in Worms who donated to the first synagogue and to second synagogue. I don't know. We have no evidence to that. But anyway, this was done very prominently. And I can read this maybe more convincingly in the context of local history and the martyrdom of born Jews and the First Crusader and so on. So who knows? Basing on the data that we have, I can just offer some, I think, logical explanation. I don't know is this true or not. So that's what we do. We try to just to interpret all the information that we have in more or less logical way.
Great, thank you. Laura, please. I had a last question for Eva and then Francisca, and we can all have some wine. For Eva, in the beginning of your paper, you had mentioned that the children were spared from being burned, and I wondered, even after they were baptized, if you've been able to discern any immediate role that they played in the afterlife of the cemetery. And then for Francisca, you mentioned that some Jews bribed to get back into the synagogue, and I wonder if you have any records of how many Jews bribed the guards, or how, for what purpose, or if there were groups being let back in.
And how much was the minimal bribe?
Yeah. Should I start? Okay. So the problem is that this source that I presented to you also today is really the only. It's like the most extensive, let's say, about the synagogue church in its early years, and especially also concerning this perception as a Jewish space, or also like reporting on the Jewish usage of this site, right? What we do know, but obviously like these sources are super problematic, is like from the Inquisition, early 16th century, that a converser was accused of going to the synagogue on Fridays, bringing lamps, candles there. So this is the other like source which tells us, perhaps because this is like a very, very common allegation, right, that Jews continued to go to synagogue, and yet it's interesting because in this case it wasn't a synagogue anymore, but it functioned as a church. So this is the other source that, again, we don't know whether this is actually saying a lot about the actual, like the reality. Yet with the 1487, as I said, I feel like we can be a bit more certain because of the monk who is reporting there, but I have no idea how much they paid or how much. It can also be just a narrative, right? It can also be just a story, and in fact it wasn't true at all. But then I would still find it interesting that someone is, reporting on that. This is really all I can say.
So the only snippet I can think of is not necessarily a story of conversion. A second Jewish community was established quite soon after. They were allocated a place for their cemetery somewhere else, and we don't know where, but stones survive from that also expropriated cemetery. At least 2 of them are extant. So they must have had something somewhere. There was, no longer exists, I think, a stone was discovered in the 16th century and copied by a Basel humanist in a kind of, historical description of his city. Sorry, he wasn't just a humanist, he was the official historian. But the interesting thing is, he says, I found this stone in, I think, a stonemason's yard, which is very worrying. And he transcribes the text, and he talks about, and it commemorates the death in 1374 of a woman whose father is described as Samuel Halevi HaKadosh. And that, to me, says it all. She must have been the daughter of one of the people who were murdered in 1349, January. But that's not quite what you were asking, I realize that. So I need to think about that a little bit more.
It's still very interesting.
It is. I wish we had the stone.
Great. Well, thank you so much. We don't have time for any more questions, but please join me in thanking the speakers one more time.